taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile awaiting. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
there. Keep it up. Hunter killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile awaiting. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
there. Keep it up. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Welcome back, soldiers. This is Garena Masters 5, where we're already halfway there, and these teams, at least some of them, are living on a prayer. It's your girl, Beef Mommy, and here with me is the Neptune. Dude, you've been casting this for a while now. I mean, you already know that we're already halfway there. You've been casting more than me. But catch me up, man. What has been happening here for Group A?
Well, a lot of things has been happening in terms of those who's dominating this game. I would say SKADI and ZHIG ZHAG is doing an awesome job so far. No else just yet for them, and a lot of teams are trying to catch up, specifically LVX as well as Suits Esports. But I love how it is set up right now and the upcoming matches that we have, because there's still chance for those in the 5th and 6th to be able to get through that number 4 spot. Again, guys, for those of you watching who just jumped in right now, as Beef mentioned, we're already halfway through the group stages. But if this is your first time, you've missed a lot already. A lot of teams are just going for the catch up on that top 4, because that is where you place yourself onto the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that is already kind of pressure on your shoulders, right? To be able to get to that top 4 spot, to get into playoffs, to possibly get into stage 4. So there's a lot of building blocks along the way that a lot of these teams need to go and just pursue them little by little. And speaking of the two teams that we kind of need to see perform really well are the two teams that are starting off the day. That's PV Sage versus Forest KINCAID, where they're kind of struggling to get those points and having that consistency. And one thing that we see here in these group stages is for these teams that are kind of new into the scene to kind of get their footing. And I think so far, both of these teams definitely have what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, they have what it takes right now, but the thing is, the risk right now, especially for this day, is some of the teams need to have a 3-0 to either take a lead or probably tie up with those already at number 4. So it's not that easy though, because those already on the top 4 have their matches that they might be able to win as well. Thus, the catch up will just be going around. So again, there's a lot of factors right now that really is needed to be considered right here by the teams who's grabbing the top 4. But going into the tournament format, we have 2 groups, and we were just talking about Group A. Yesterday, we saw one of the matches from Group B and another one by tomorrow. So it's just alternating between these groups, and the top 4 from each group, thus 8 teams will be heading to the playoffs to get that championship of the Garena Masters Season 5. So there's a lot of things at stake, especially for those who have been in here for the longest time, and I would say a lot of achievement as well for those who just jump in Garena Masters.
And definitely. And this is definitely a breathing ground for all of these newer teams to kind of just find their footing and possibly play toe-to-toe up against teams like WPM, Low Kings, Easy R Bookie, Smart Omega. And on the Group A side of things, you have ZHIG ZHAG as well as SKADI. So really interested to see how all of these teams kind of play up together. We kind of had a preview into those last 6 days of group stages with how all of these teams have been performing. But what's also important is the fact that you are also placing yourself to possibly clinch those 2 spots for the World Championship later on this year. So important to note, because it's not just your regular Garena Masters, right? Garena Masters 5 is stage 3 of the World Championship. So it's just double the effort for both of these teams, double the pressure as well. And they have a lot to play for also. Not only is it going to be pride, but also kind of the prize pool that we have been seeing every single day that we've been going live. So at least you're not going to be leaving empty-handed here, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of prize pool, we are going to show you the prize pool as to what is being fought off by these teams right now, and that is a total of 25,000 US dollars. First place will be getting 10,000 US dollars. Second place will be getting 4,500. Third place with 3,000, and fourth place with 1,500. That's a lot of moolah, especially for those in here who are starting up their journey in the professional scene or the major scene, because this can bring you to a different level. For those who have experience already, especially with the teams that you mentioned, Beef, they have experience grabbing these as well. Thus, they've grown so much. So hopefully same goes for the underdogs who are jumping in here. Fourth place, I would say it's already big enough, especially for those in the Philippines, because that is a huge amount already that you can divide amongst yourself and help you grow in the professional scene.
Yeah, I mean, you're making me go to my calculator right now and just convert this USD to peso into any kind of similar currency that we have here from Malaysia. You got it from Singapore. Obviously, SCG is a little bit higher, but for everyone else in the Philippines, if you're going to be placing 4th place, you're going to have 81,000 pesos. And that's just like, depending if the market, I'm getting really like quite literally calculating here because it really is exciting to see it. But if you're gonna go into that 10th place spot, if you're in the Philippines and you're times 55, that's 500,000 pesos. So you're gonna be splitting that amongst your teams, and not just that, but a chance to qualify to get even more money into the world stage. We saw it last year. Smart Omega was the one that kind of represented Garena in just trying to make into that playoffs day 2. Almighty was there too, so they were able to kind of just also represent Garena as well. So we want to see the same case here going into stage 5 to see who is going to qualify and kind of represent our region. But here we go. Let's take a look at what is going to happen next, because obviously today is just going to get started as you do get to see the qualified teams that we have. Group A, ZHIG ZHAG, Savage Huntsmen, Spender, 4Suits Esports, LVX, PV Sage, SKADI, and 4S KINCAID is what you're going to see today. Tomorrow, on the other hand, Neptune, Group B is going to get started.
Yeah, that will be Impunity, E8 Nova, Savage Doctor, DVK Oblivion, Broke Boys Club, West Point Mumblo Kings, EZR Bookie, as well as Smart Omega Esports. So they will be going day after day, alternating for these matches, and good thing that they will be able to have a little bit of rest and understand the game style of the opponent, especially when they go into the playoffs. They have a chance to really study on what they need to work on, or probably what they need to pull out later on once they are in the playoffs. But that only goes to those getting in the top 4. I cannot specify it hard enough that they need to get to the top 4 to head into the playoffs. For those who are not, that will be the next season that they need to battle into, and hopefully this is a good experience for those teams who really are doing their best to improve their game style, their gameplay, and also the sense that they need to make all those adjustments based on what's happening, who are they going against, and as well as what improvement will be done match after match. But we cannot talk a lot more into the game. One to focus right now is those teams who will be starting off these match. This is what we have on the standings, and as we mentioned earlier, Beef Mommy, we have a couple of teams from both groups that hasn't received any losses just yet, making it more difficult for the other teams to catch up against them.
I mean, we already started off the broadcast in that manner where we're already in that halfway point, and there should be a sense of urgency for the teams that are top 5 going all the way down into that 8th seed. So today we're seeing Group A, where you do get to see SKADI being the top dog, having no losses. Kind of the same case when it comes to ZHIG ZHAG. So eventually when they do go up against each other, we'll know how good exactly SKADI is, because that's kind of like the question mark, right? Can SKADI finally be as good as the likes of Low Kings, EZR Bookie, Smart Omega, ZHIG ZHAG, and kind of like the same case on the other side of things, can the Broke Boys Club do the same? So gonna be really interesting. But obviously when it comes to Group B, that's the group of death. You have so much like really hard competition on that side of the world. So with Group A, on the other hand, that is the number one thing in my mind, is can SKADI just get into the top teams, and can ZHIG ZHAG with their new setup as well will be able to catch up? How about for you? What are you looking forward to most here in Group A?
I'm looking forward for those who will be grabbing that 3rd and 4th, because there's still a lot of chances for the other teams to be able to catch up, because as you mentioned, we're only halfway through. A lot of matches will be happening, and the match up from when they are going day after day, like, it really changed. For those who go or went against the Titans already, the hard stuff is already done, and all they have to do is focus on getting a lot more of those wins. But let's see who's going to go and get that win, because these are the teams who will be playing. PV Sage starting it off against 4S KINCAID. Next up would be SKADI against LVX, Savage Huntsmen against Spender, ZHIG ZHAG or ZHIG ZHAG against 4Suits Esports. So pretty much it's more of same region against each other, apart from that 4th match wherein ZHIG ZHAG will be going against ZHIG ZHAG from it is a combination, but it is from Singapore, who will be going against the Philippines. But the rest, it's just Philippine versus Philippine and Malaysia against Malaysia.
I mean, when you're looking at this schedule, I know what you're thinking for everyone that's watching right now. It could be a fast day. But on my side, I don't want it to be quick. I want these teams, especially on the bottom half of the leaderboard, to really just step it up. To not be, worried. I mean, to worry, actually. To be more pressured. The fact that we're already here in this halfway point. They need to start just trying to go in there, get those points. And I'm looking at PV Sage and Forest KINCAID to really just step it up. Because these are the two teams that need it the most. PV Sage is the one that got one win. Forest KINCAID still need to do that. But speaking of, PV Sage is coming up next. This is going to be your lineup. Cairo, Hera, Mako, Corvin, Chicken, and Justin. And they're just been a really good time. Because the last time that I casted them was actually in a LAN setup where they absolutely just killed it. They did an amazing job. And they're finally taking things to the next level. Stepping it up from the collegiate and now into the pro scene. So it really is nice to see that they're finally having a good time here. But like what I did mention is that this team only had one win up against Spender. So I don't know, man. This is a very difficult team to kind of judge what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to find out what's going to happen as they are going to go and face off again another 4S team that has managed to qualify for group stage. This is 4S, KINCAID, Damia, GB, Kurth, Caleb, Ivan, and Taipei in the mix right here. And comparing with the numbers against the previous team that we were seeing earlier, they are doing a better job in terms of their KD average. Well, except for Chicken, who is doing great in Search and Destroy. That is for the side of PV Sage. But overall, for 4S KINCAID, they need to do a lot because this is the team that needs to get a lot more in terms of the wins in this series so that they can tie it off against Forsuit Esports, who's currently in the 5-4 in the win and loss department. So currently the standings for 4S KINCAID is they have 2 map wins compared to PV Sage that has 3 map wins. So there's a little bit of disparity in there or gearing towards one side, but again, it might change because they had a rest and review of what might be happening for today.
I mean, you already put the nail in the coffin there, is like the importance of these maps and modes. And now as we're seeing it all across the board, and I just want to echo what you mentioned, when it comes to how many maps these teams won, they don't really have that far of a count because like what you mentioned, PV Sage has 3 map wins, 4S KINCAID has 2. And even though that 4S KINCAID has technically no wins yet when it comes to these games, it's because they went up against more difficult teams like ZHIG ZHAG on the other hand, for their first day, which is definitely very difficult. LVX, I can say, is actually a very, very strong S&D team. HUNTSMEN, on the other hand, you already know, we've already seen HUNTSMEN kind of perform. But as we're talking about the maps and modes now, we're looking at Takeoff, Meltdown, and Crossroads to be our maps of the day. And I'm looking at Takeoff, where both of these teams actually was able to play this already, but none of them have been able to kind of get wins. But the good thing is, the only bright side with Takeoff in Hardpoint is they've brought it fairly close up against the same team. That's LVX. And so, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things to actually mention here. There's really nothing really just set in stone yet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is their comeback after the losses that they've taken on Takeoff. Whether it's either team that we have, it's PV Sage or 4S KINCAID, since they had a loss already in this map and this from different team. There's a chance for them to really correct the mistakes that they've done and take a few pointers from what they did previously. So hopefully this will be a good fight between these two teams. Again, in terms of numbers, statistically, they're quite fair in the wins and loss department, but for the hard point, it's still, I don't know, it's still looking towards or gearing towards 4S KINCAID, because when they fought against LVX, it's quite balanced, as you mentioned already. Even in Savage, HUNTSMEN, they had a lot more in terms of points, but again, it's anyone's ball game right now. I want to take out all the assumptions in this game for this team because they might have done something different this time around for them to be better.
I guess the keys to victory for S KINCAID is to just win that 1 and 3, because when it comes to that S&D, I do feel like PV Sage might have a little bit of an upper hand. but when it comes to control, 4S KINCAID has one in Crossroads Strike. They played it thrice, won it twice, so that is their best case scenario, but we are seeing it again here. So I'm kind of interested why PB Sage did not ban that particular map off the map pool. Maybe it's I don't know, it's a statement, but when it comes to PB Sage's, you know, map pools, when it comes to control, they're very much, I think, diverse when it comes to their map selection. They played Raid, Crossroads, Standoff, so it might be a little bit difficult for them to try and find out, okay, are they going to be consistent in which map? We don't know yet, but one thing's for sure, KINCAID is consistent in Crossroads, and again, it's just a 50-50 when it comes to every other game mode. Hardpoint or S&D, the sample size rather is still very much small for us to make a little bit of a prediction, but one thing is for sure, I think it might be a close game.
Yeah, it might be a close game. I mean, we're looking at it in a different perspective wherein everyone has reset already despite of the wins, the loss that they have. It might be a different story for both of these teams, and we're going to start out right now and take off for that hard point. A lot of money hills can be taken by the team depending on how they control the spawns as well as how they go in for the rotation. But as we can see right now, we are starting it off. The P1, the very sloppy P1 for takeoff is about to be in chaos.
Oh yeah, I mean P1 is definitely something that's very difficult to capture. It is going to be that contest hill, and so far it will be KINCAID that will have the more favorable side of the map. That is the left side, because once you go into rotation into P2, you're just gonna be right there. The spawns is just right beside it, and so as they're trying to battle in for that control, you do get to see that KINCAID is trying to get a hold of that 2F, try to get that verticality on, but as they're trying to fight for those power positions, the spawns are gonna be flipped, and it's gonna be flipped again as both these teams still don't have a solid map control yet.
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out who will be able to control the map at this point. But as you can see, it is a PB Sage right now who is being scattered all throughout. But they were able to manage to get a few of those eliminations for them to clear out this hill and probably gather the remaining points they have. And PB Sage is now up on 25, but they still have a hold of the P1, even for the scrap point. So we are seeing the dedication that they have, not to let go of most of the points, but how will they be able to break through against 4S KINCAID as they are now moving into that P2. One of the sides or one of the stairs already being held in there, but it's more of anyone's ball game as to who's going to grab the points.
All right, 4S KINCAID already having the more favorable side of the map, especially here for P2, but we do get to see that PB Sage already breaking through into the front side of the hill, able to just kind of take the space from mid as well. That's going to be Justin that will try to apply the pressure from everyone else from KINCAID that are trying to funnel through into the backside, in through the spawn, and they don't need to have the spawns in order to capture the hill, and we've seen that already in P1, and now it seems to be the case here. But a pinch is going to ensue, especially if we do get to see player number 4 from 4S Kings to win that gunfight, but unfortunately he does not.
He doesn't win that gunfight. Let's see if this will happen on the next hill. As you can see, the catch-up is being done right now by 4S KINCAID, and it's only a matter of a few seconds for them to gather and close up the gap between them. But early rotation being done by PB Sage as they are already in there. All man, except for one, will be taking all the angles that they have that they can get this hill. And let's see if Even will be able to push through in here for a second floor. It will be a risky move, but there comes the push. Even right now managed to survive, and Cairo will not be able to put him down that easily. But fortunately for them, they were able to have one more to their side to control this one. PB Sage is back at it to grab all those points and all the angles being held by 4S KINCAID to grab it against them.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good break coming in from KINCAID, knowing very well that they're going in for the pinch. They have control of spawns and generator and also biomedics, so they definitely had a good time. Even though that PB Sage brought out their operators, we do get to see the answer, the clapback coming in from KINCAID. And now, as we do get to see that they're bringing out operators of their own, it is going to be PB Sage still fighting for the scraps. 14 seconds left on the clock, and they're going to be able to try and get a majority of the scrap points as well. But we do get to see that 4S is able to go in there for that next hill. 3 players already right there. So they do have control. That's going to be good, but they only do have that one operator to try and defend it.
Yeah, and they have good control of the spawns as well. Despite of them losing the final few seconds of that hill, they spawn right in the perfect moment, on the perfect spot for them to grab hold onto this B4. But it's more of the angle they will be taking for them to control this. And Cairo right now trying to push through, but Damia, GB as well as Taipei is just slaying them overall. Couple already for Damia, make that 3 already. Mako is in here, will be taking that. Hera will be moving in from the outside, but how can they push through on this angle? They only have a few openings for them. It's a couple of doors, one window, and even a second floor. It's difficult for them to rush in, but BB Sage is still grabbing a hold of a few more points before turning it over against 4S KINCAID. And Damia right now going in for this lane, controlling this door. Will anyone be able to push through? And the catch up is now very close for the side of 4S KINCAID.
Man, solid hold, and definitely rotating very early on for them was just really beneficial on the side of 4S KINCAID. And now as they're leaving and they're trying to go in there for the next set of rotations, we're finally going in there for the restart, where we do get to see that PB Sage this time around is going to be spawning on the more favorable side, which is the left side. We keep saying that, right? But they are winning a majority of the gunfights going in there. But it is still 4S that will try to maintain the points here into P1. And so they're actually winning majority of the gunfights. They know very well that PB Sage is going to be going in for more power positions, but they can't touch the clock. This is definitely going to be a hill that we think, or we thought, that it will be more contested. And now speaking of, finally, we do get to see the contest finally pushing through into PB Sage.
Yeah, and that has been brought in with a takedown of GB, because GB was able to manage to control that stairs, but with him being down and out rotating a little bit too late for the backup, they will let go of that hill for now. Scrap points can be captured by PB Stage. Rotation needs to be done by 4S KINCAID, but the spawns is not favoring the next hill. It will be on to that scaffolding on the second floor that they need to go for the control, and both sides once again being taken by both teams. Dami right now for the backstab and for the rush. Claw has been pulled out. Another takedown has been done, and this is just a Dami game. And let's see who will be able to check him out.
Man, beautiful timing by the Claw of Damia, just trying to break the setup of PB Sage, and he's finally there with some backup as well. They can finally go in there head to head, and they're just winning majority of the gunfights and everything so far, especially after that P4. We do get to see that 4S KINCAID finally has been on the roll. And so far, though, we do get to see that PB Sage is still fighting when it comes to the contest, but there is just no spawn control from both of these teams. As you can see, they're just spawning on top of one another on the left side.
Yeah, they need to work on controlling the spawns, because yes, it might work this time around, but later on when they go in for the battle, the team who have been kings of spawns, it will be difficult. But as you can see, it's just a back-to-back battle between these two, and same goes for the points. It's just quite a tie for the 120 mark, and as they head in onto the first, or onto the next one, they will be PB Stage going into the early rotation. Even right now, for great backstab, this might be a break that they need once again for them to take the lead further more into this battle. And yes, they were able to break through. Thus, the battle continues. The score will be favoring them, but PB Sage catches up.
I mean, we saw that PB Sage went in there for the early rotation. Justin was supposed to be the one to cut that rotation from P2 to P3, but did not see anyone from 4S KINCAID, which allowed 3 players to go into generator side. And the only saving grace for PB Sage was the fact that there were some operators being popped right there. So essentially, this hard point was still very much doable for 4S KINCAID to try and get. And that's one last push coming in from this team, definitely getting a lot more points. And for PB Sage, that early rotation was not sustained much just because 3 players were allowed to rotate into generator side. But this time around, we do get to see that PB Sage going for that early rotation here into P4 and a 1v1, trying to be one. Unfortunately, Taipei is going to be winning that battle, and it is still going to be 4S into that next hill.
Good lineup as well as good protection by Taipei right now to control this hill, and the rest of the teams right here will be gathering on all the sides of this point. Now, will they be able to make a hold of this and probably reach it to close to 200? Kurth right now for the rush, unable to take down, but Taipei with that war machine, ooh, has been backstabbed in there by Justin. A waste of operators for them, but they still have the hill, they still have the point, and everyone from PVSH is coming from one side.
I mean, this is the brilliance right now, what we're seeing from 4S KINCAID, right? Is they go for the early rotation or they're winning the gunfights when it comes to that P4, and that's when they bring out their operators, where you get to see on the left side, 4S Sage, I mean, PV Sage does not have any kind of response whatsoever. They are broke, but they're finally able to get 2 operators finally readied up, but you only have 1 second left to try and contest. And now this is going to be an open hard point as the third set of rotations here for P1 ensues.
Yep, and I don't think anyone will be pulling out, or no one should be pulling out any of their operators in this scrappy hill, because it would be a waste. But let's see on how will that work. It is still open, power positions being taken by both teams to clear up all the openings that they have to get all those points on that P1. But it's PVSH once again who is trying their best, but it's just back and forth all throughout. As you can see, it's just blue and yellow alternating to grab all those points. It might not be so much of a movement in terms of points in here up until the 30 seconds, up until the final few seconds when they move in to that P2. So let's see as to who will be grabbing who, but double century mark always taken by 4S KINCAID.
All right, we do get to see PV trying to get a majority of the points here in P1. It is going to be contested. They're still trying to hold on, and also having the more favorable side for that rotation next into P2. As we do finally get to see those 3 operators trying to go in there for the ready in through the next set of rotations. And now, just a few more points left in between them. It is still a back and forth, still very doable for PV Sage to try and get these points down. And a 1v3 situation where Mako is definitely going to be in a really good spot, able to get 1, but is denied by Taipei. And that is an essential operator down for PV Sage.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that was used in the not the best timing, because he has his back against the opponent. Thus, he only have 1 elimination that is not really that critical to make them grab all the points. And it is cleared once again, but PVSH have unlimited backup on coming from the left side of our map. Thus, they will be able to grab hold of the hill as well as the points, and it might be difficult for 4S KINCAID right now to rush through, because there's only a few that is spawning very, very close, and because of Damia spawning a little bit too far, it will hamper their movement, but they are still trying. 205, 202 right now with 10 seconds to spare.
There you go. We do get to see a very heavily contested hill so far, where we do have PV Sage still getting majority of the points here, finally kind of just evening things out. That was 20 plus points already to their name, but we do have 4S KINCAID in for that next set of rotations where they're set up basically, and they're just doing an amazing job. Hunter Killer Drone on the other hand for PV Sage, still in the air, not finding anyone, and it's still very much doable for both of these teams to get this. No one still has a solid control yet.
Yep, no one's solid control yet, but we'll have to find out, because earlier we saw PV Sage went in for the early rotation and they weren't able to hold out that strongly. But for the side of 4S KINCAID, they went for the early rotation. They are holding out, getting close to that 250 with only 20 or less than 20 points remaining to their side, but it was let go. 30 seconds remaining. The push is being done right now from the right-hand side of our map. Justin just going for the spray and pray, and with the help of a war machine, Taipei has been taken out. Justin has been taken down. Kurt is just rushing in from the second floor, but PVSH still has it to their side.
Counter score streaks, counter operators being brought up by PV Sage, and that just denies the win in that P3 for 4S KINCAID. Not just that, the rotation for next is also into the favor of PV Sage, but let's see how well they can hold this as the pinch finally comes through for 4S KINCAID. But they're both teams are just gonna be pure gunfights at this point, just because they don't have any operators, no score streaks, and this will be the most interesting gunfight where they'll try to end it here. And so far, it's still gonna be contested, just a few points in between them. Neptune, it's gonna be insane.
Yeah, it seems like we're always in P1. It's just a trade-off of points, trade-off of capture, but with only a few seconds remaining for Forest Kincaid, they end it in there, but it is very, very close. Forest Kincaid against PB Sage. I would say we started off thinking that this is a matchup that is fair. I saw that, and they showed it, but Forest Kincaid came up to the top.
Wow. Their first win here in hardpoint, and it just had to be in takeoff. That was a scrappy hardpoint. But that last-ditch effort, that last purifier from GB to flush out everyone from PV Sage was the biggest playmaker in this competition. That was clutch, man. But apart from that, I mean, everything was going well for SKADI. A lot of the time, we kind of saw them going for the early rotations. They were winning majority of the gunfights outside of the hill before you even enter. So, I don't know, man. Looking very much promising, and it looks like they've been doing their homework in takeoff, and they've been polishing a lot of their plays so far.
Yeah, for the side of PV Sage, they can do the damage, especially with Justin in there with 52 compared to the 50 that Kurt has from Forest Kincaid. But they also have opportunity to go for the early rotation, but they can hold through that hill most of the time. There's always a break being done by Forest Kincaid. Thus, they can grab and caught up with the points. When we saw PV Sage has better advantage from start, but we are seeing that adjustment can be made, adjustment can be done by a team for them to grab the win. It's very, very close though, but it is what it is. Forest Kincaid this time grabbed their first hard point win. So in terms of hard point between these two teams, we're all tied in the numbers.
I mean, honestly, for me, when it comes to holding down the anchor spots, both of these teams kind of still needed to control those spawns down, especially in P2 where we did get to see it's way more scrappy, where you could actually control the spawns a little bit cleaner. So now we're heading off to takeoff. I mean, we're saying goodbye to takeoff, and now we're heading back into Meltdown, where we've seen a lot of these teams just prefer this S&D map just because they want to play. They want to be familiar with it. And so now the heat that we saw from both of these teams from takeoff will have to slow things down here in Meltdown. And so far, we did get to see that PV Sage played Meltdown up against Spender, won it in a very convincing fashion. It was a 7-1. On the other side of things, Kincaid was able to play this up against ZHIG ZHAG, which is a hard team. It was a 1-7, but I mean, you get to see the differences between these teams. So that's why the stats aren't really that reliable, right? Just because of who you're up against. So I do still think that it's still going to be close here in Meltdown.
Yeah, I mean, if we just put in numbers and how many wins they have and the points that they have, and not considering who they went against, it's favoring PV Sage. But you're right. I mean, I would agree with you that that would depend on who they're battling on. So imagine the ones in the top two being one of the contender against Forest Kincaid really provides a different story compared to when they got a win, or for PB Sage got a win against Spender, who's currently the bottom of Group A. So again, it's 50-50, similar to what we've seen earlier. Hopefully this is not that scrappy, or I would say it will be exciting if it's scrappy, because we might be brought into a final 2v2 or probably 1v1. So but we'll see how many adjustments will be done in terms of Forest Kincaid. There's a lot of hoping fans out there who really want to see them show up this time, because they went against a lot of great teams like ZHIG ZHAG, as you mentioned, and LVX, who really won them on 7-3. But for the side of PV Sage against Four Suits, they lost a 7-0. So it's like, if you compare that of LVX against Four Suits between these two teams, it is favoring Forest Kincaid. So it will still be 50-50. A lot of factors can be put in. Probably a analytical standpoint might be showing us a lot more of insights on who will be getting more of the advantage at this point. But I'm hoping that Meltdown would be that fair, especially on how it is measured from both sides, that can give this both teams an exciting fight.
And like what you already mentioned is kind of the stats of all of it. We're kind of banking on Kurth on the side of Kincaid to really just step it up because he was probably one of the most important chess pieces up against that ZHIG ZHAG game that day number 1. He had,
Yep.
I think, 8 kills. And so you already know that they could go head to head. It's just a matter of kind of like polishing up their gameplay, especially in a map like Meltdown where we haven't seen this been played in a long time. Yes, we've seen it already in the first year of Call of Duty Mobile esports. So it's nice to have a comeback when it comes to this map because people don't realize how good this map actually is. And you need to really control that mid lane. You need to figure out where you're going to be putting up your snipers because that is going to be the first point of contact. Not just that, the shotguns as well. Because you'll definitely know the shotguns will play a huge part, especially trying to control this A side, which speaking of, we do get to see 2 players from PV Sage bringing those players right there, heavily stacking it.
Yeah, let's see as to who's going to bring who and take down who. Chicken in there starting it off. He will be joining in Search and Destroy after not playing that hard point, and he is already popping off. Chicken has an average of 6 eliminations per Search and Destroy map, and it has the highest KD rating for PV Stage. So with that start off, with that initiation, might be looking good, and Kurt has been taken down by Hera. It is now a 3v3 that quickly as Mako will be taken down. Jippy in there clearing it off, and now a 2v3 right now, but JB just wants to take it off.
I mean, here's what's important about this particular first round is because the first blood of PV Sage did not matter in the game at all. The plant was allowed. They killed the sniper, yes, but initially they're going to have a very difficult time entering, especially since most of them are already on that right side of the map. And so they need to convert that first blood into a win and trying to get more map control. And now, speaking of the same thing, is going to happen here. A full 5-man rush coming in from Forest.
Yeah, and they will be heading to Bravo where there's not so much of the defense. It's only Corvin right now, and backup is a little bit too late as the plant has already been done. Corvin right now taking a peek, missing one right-hand side who's just proning in there. Justin might be able to take a peek in there, but no, there goes the Russian. Hera is the one who takes down Damia. It is now a 4v3 situation as Hera is a little bit too close, but even in there with a 3K with only one shot, the lineup is pristine.
Oh my goodness, this guy's cracked. Hera able to get rid of Evan. And as 13 seconds are left on the clock, and Hera just does not have enough time to try and go in there. But a 1v1 situation where Chicken not being able to spot it. 4 seconds of the clock, and he will not have enough time to go in there for the defuse, unfortunately. And a huge 3K right now, which is just so unnerving if you are PV Sage. And this is, again, the problem that we saw a while ago in round number 1, is they keep going into just one area. They're funneling through one-on-one, and that allows 4S to just have a fun time when it comes to killing off every single one of these players. We need to have more of a mid presence.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one reason why there's an opening in the mid in there, so that you can rush through and contest like parts of that Bravo. You don't go in from one direction because, especially in Bravo, wherein there's a long range that can be used by a sniper to take you down. But let's see, Justin right now going for the rush, but misses the slide, tries another time, and was able to take down even the sniper who went in for that 3K. Justin will be the ones holding the sniper as they go in. JP doing his job to take him down. It's now a 2v4 situation, and it's favoring 4S Kincaid, and it might be, and it is a 3-0 as a cleanup has been done very quickly.
Here we go again. I mean, a different look this time around, though, for PV Sage, where they did try to go in more for that mid presence. But one thing that they need to do is to stop the aggressive nature of Forest Kincaid trying to go in there aggressively in through that Bravo side, the generator side. And so, again, the same case. They're bringing 3 players into Alpha, which they will be greeted by absolutely nobody. And the same case happens here for the attacking side. A quick plant. And it's now time for the retake for PV Sage.
And let's see if they'll be able to retake. Evan already preparing this angle. No one has seen it just yet. As Hera goes in for the backstab, misses half of those shot and might be able to follow through. But here comes Hera once again. Pine will be taken down by Damia, and Kurt goes in for Justin as well. Mako tries his best, but a fail. It's now a 2v3 situation. Make that 2v2, and it's still favoring for KINCAID as GB just cleans the job. And this is GB, who is averaging 7.5 on search and destroy. This is the guy that you need to take down first.
I mean, this is something that we see differently from KINCAID. Yes, they went in there for an early aggressive plan, but the difference this time around is we got GB and Evan actually having a little bit more sights in through mid. They went in through mid instead, the mid connector, and now finally an aggressive push coming in from PV Sage, where we finally get to see a back and forth.
Yeah, back and forth, but it just went into one favor. Chicken is the only one, and not quite sure if Chicken will be able to survive this. But I'm hoping that the sniper will work for him. Misses two already, goes in for rotation, and the plant has been done. So it's probably a lineup taking two or a quick scope who will be able to take one at a time, but he needs to be quick. 25 seconds to spare, and was able to take down Evan. Let's see if he can do it once again. Its preparation is being done by Chicken, but like KINCAID has nothing to worry about. All they have to do is hide out and buy some time for them to take another win as Chicken gets close, and it's almost out of time, and Damia just concretes that win.
5 in a row right now for KINCAID, and it's just flawless on their run. I mean, they're giving different looks when it comes to the attacking side, and the defense is just having a very difficult time. They tried to go in there, tried to throw those bodies, tried to go mano y mano, but unfortunately for them, they're just being outgunned at the moment. And now the same case. I mean, if it ain't broken, don't fix it, right? And they're doing the same case, but Chicken this time around finally gets that first opening pick.
Again, it is the first blood, and it might not matter, especially as KINCAID is doing well in the department of that rush job that they're working for on the plant. But Chicken right now, and as well as a little bit too close, and Taipei has been taken out. Mako right now is in here going in for the dance, and Corbin goes for the dance as well. Plenty of time to spare for the refusal. Finally, a point goes to PV Sage.
Man, I mean, that is a good response, but we're finally switching sides. Okay, slowly but surely, maybe the attacking side is a little bit easier for PV Sage. They were throwing so many looks into Alpha. It was just not working out because they were being met by nobody. But now it is going to be I guess, a more heavy push going into that Alpha side as they're throwing and chucking all of these utilities, getting that information down. But it is still going to be held with, like, heavy artillery.
Yeah, heavy artillery, and let's see if they will be able to respond. Damia just working his way out onto the stairs, not seeing one of the pillars. And finally, it is Hera who cleans that up. Match point already for KINCAID. Regardless of whether the attacker or defense, they always do it quick.
Yeah, I mean, you do get to see, like, look at the other side of things. JP has 10 kills. There are three-dimensional plays on the side of Kings. Not only are they getting these kills down, but they're having a pretty good look. And now, again, same defensive setup coming in from KINCAID. On the other side of things, PV Sage just holding back just a tiny bit, a little bit passive on this time.
Yeah, they need to slow it down right now because they are being put in a speed run by KINCAID. Taipei is just waiting for an opportunity. No one will be spotted just yet, as it's a stall being done by PV Sage. They want to see the mistake being done by KINCAID, but do they have enough time, or probably do they have the courage to go for the rotation onto the other side, knowing that defense is already being done onto that Alpha?
Look at this, though. Evan, the trigger discipline. He gets one, possibility to get that second, but information given to his teammates. And he was able to slither around and able to get another kill. That's GB. And it's all just yellow on the feet. It's still a 3v2, though. But with no map control whatsoever for PV Sage. And Kings has already had that one person, GB, on the spawn side, on the offensive spawn. That just gives little room for breathing when it comes to the PV Sage trying to get that 1v3 now.
And JB is the guy who ends it up. 13 elimination for this. And if I'm not mistaken, that is the quickest that we've seen on at Search and Destroy. Forest Kincaid showing us that regardless of what the numbers they have, they can bring it on 2-0 already for this team, and that was a 7-1 responding to their loss against ZHIG ZHAG.
It is going to be GB yet again. The last time it was that hard point, he was able to clutch up and win the round for his team with that purifier. Same case here. We do get to see him sporting that 13 kills. On the other side of things, everyone else actually did a phenomenal job at doing their roles and just playing their parts right. We saw it a while ago. It was player number 1. It was GB and Evan in that third set, in that third round, where instead of fully stacking generator side, they brought those 2 players instead, tried to get more information in through mid and go in for the pinch. And that could have been a PV Sage win if not for those 2 players that just went in there and did not recognize that, okay, there's 2 players from mid. We thought it was going to be stacked on the side of PV Sage. So it's just a stark difference with how this S&D is being played, kind of opposite of what we saw a while ago in Hardpoint.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, one thing I would say is Forest Kincaid really going against the numbers that they have been for the past few days that we saw them play. Again, it would depend on the opponent they have, and PV Sage is showing, or Forest Kincaid is showing that PV Sage is not that much of a challenge for them, especially as they are heading in for Crossroads, wherein this is the only numbers that Forest Kincaid brought in against LVX as well as Savage Huntsman. So this looks like another Forest Kincaid win, unless PV Sage do things differently, control the spawns as well as the lives, and probably not go in on the attacker winning condition, because, or probably on the defensive winning condition, because this map is favoring the attacker side.
Yeah, I mean, Crossroads is a place that we've already seen Forest Kincaid just do a phenomenal job. They kind of gave the Huntsmen a little bit of a hard time in Crossroads, so it is pretty much interesting how they play this map, and went up against LVX as well. So I think LVX is one of those teams that are kind of in the middle of the pack, still trying to find their footing, but still very much on point. And it is going to be their best map selection. So that we already kind of said that a while ago before the games even started, that Control, Crossroads in particular, is something that Forest Kincaid is very much comfortable with. On the other side of things, PV Sage kind of lost this up against the brothers. For Suits Esports, it was a 1-3, and so it's not looking good for PV Sage here, but hopefully they did have a lot of time to kind of just polish up their gameplay here in Control, because it's not too bad, but also it's not too good. I mean, we've already seen how far the gameplay was from Hardpoint. It was okay, everything was tight, but then when it came to S&D, things just kind of crumbled.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one thing, because like it's pretty much Control is a combination of both of these modes, Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. So if in case the stamina for the side of PV Sage is not that much, we saw that earlier, they had a great advantage, and then it faltered through onto that Hardpoint, as well as when they are making the same mistakes over and over and again, Search and Destroy, it might trickle down to Control. So Forest Kincaid has the advantage. They have the momentum and probably the motivation as well to jump in, and well, PV Sage can use it their advantage. Take it a little bit slow down the pace of Forest Kincaid, and take advantage from them, starting it off with elimination before capture, or before the time runs out. So again, it will depend on how they respond, how they change all those tactics for them to favor this game.
One thing that is important here in Crossroads Strike is to, number one, get mid-street. You're going to have a faster route going into, if you want to spawn trap, or if you wanted to go and defend or attack either A or B. Top fire control is going to be important as well, because you'll have sights on the defensive spawn where you'll have an easier time to control those different flags. But we're finally starting here in Crossroads Strike, and let's see if it's going to be a 3-0 in the series and a 3-0, but let's see what is going to happen as the defensive side is going to be favoring PV Sage.
Right now has, I would say, great opportunity to slow things down, but Forest Kincaid right now is being slowed down as a lot of eliminations against them are being done. It's 26-23 in terms of lives, and not like it's only a few seconds has been done on that alpha, but it has been cleaned up easily by PV Sage. And GB right now just going in, but misses the corner. Mako takes him down, and PV Sage starting it well in this control mode.
Yeah, they're just playing their angles. They're just making for KINCAID to come to them instead. So that is a good effort to have. As they're going to be leaving that alpha side open, the first tick of progress with 45 seconds left on the clock is going to ensue right there. Everyone else from PV is going to be just holding it back just a tiny bit, waiting for backup to happen. And that's what we like to see from this team, because they're not going in there. They're not rushing. They're just having their footing down. They're establishing control here as they're trying to clean up that second tick of progress from KINCAID, and now we do get to see them being backed up in the corner.
Back up in the corner, indeed. And, well, PV Sage right now is, they are being taken down one at a time as KINCAID is rushing through that mid. Taipei is the guy who might be able to make it work, but he has been taken down by Corvin on that 1v2, and Mako is just moving in, not even going for the full stop on this alpha. Finally, the slide pushes through. 4 lives remaining for the side of KINCAID. A lot of deficit, though. And in terms of the life department, and this is where PV Sage can be, I would say, at ease, because despite of the time, despite of the lives, they have that 1 point gearing towards them, and in just a few, it's done and over with. 1 point goes to PV Sage.
I mean, there's that one thing that we already mentioned early on into this control, is the fact that PV Sage was not overextending. They were playing very much textbook control here. They had a hold of fire. They had a hold of mid street. If they saw there was kind of progress into that A side, they just had patiently waited for the rest of their teammates to try and get rid of everyone else on the flag. But now we do get to see a very aggressive take on the attacking side of PV Sage, where they're trying to establish more of that control, but that also allows player number 4 from KINCAID to kind of sneak past into that spawn, but fortunately for them, he does get taken down.
Yeah, it has been taken down, and that initial capture will be cleaned up. They need to go back to drawing board and find a different plan of approach. Damia is already creeping in. Probably backstab will be done, and Justin has been taken down. Now, it's quite balanced between these two teams in terms of alive, but with 1 minute remaining, PV Sage needs to do a little bit of changes for them to take this win. Again, this is more of an attack-favored game mode or game map, but let's see if it can be turned around by the teams in blue, or in yellow rather. But GB right now probably having a little bit of trouble. He has been taken down, and Justin, the only one in mid, will be cleaned up, and it's very difficult for them to rush through. But with the 3 lives that they have leading in this game, they might be able to do a little bit more in capturing both sides.
It's still very doable for KINCAID to try and win this on the defensive side, as Mako brings out the Purifier, trying to apply that pressure here into fire, and this is a good thing to have. You need to stop that push, and Kings very much knows that there is a Purifier right inside that building that kind of stops them, and that is a huge Purifier play that allows the rest of PV Sage to get that second tick of progress, just because the reluctancy from Kings to go into Fire Room was right there. Third tick of progress down, 28 seconds will be converted into a minute and 27 instead. And now with just a few difference of lives in between, it's still very doable for Kings to try and win this, but they need to slow things down. Probably need to use at least 1 operator at the very least, and try to cut that rotation, try to cut off the progress right now of PV Sage.
Yeah, it's proving to be difficult for the side of KINCAID, because they are being outsmarted in terms of rotation. They are being brought back into the spawns, and the life is being wasted for the side of KINCAID. So, I don't know what's happening for KINCAID right now. On paper, they are doing well in this map, but as we can see, PV Sage is doing giving us a different story, and they want to get this win this time. A few more seconds for the capture to be done, and there you have it. The 2 point goes to PV Sage, whether it's attack or defense.
Here's the thing, though. Take a look at the right side of your screen. 5 operators on the ready for 4S KINCAID and just 1 on the left side, and Hera uses it already, knowing very well that it could be a heavy-handed push going in through that A side as Hera applying that pressure, still applying that pressure, but no one, only just 1 operator is actually going to be coming out from 4S KINCAID, which is something that we'd like to see. They're using it obediently.
Yeah, I mean, they need not to be a rush job in terms of using the operators, because it could have been a waste, because from what we've seen, the lives is not being controlled well by 4S KINCAID. And as you can see, Purifier right now, good use to it, needs to rush in to clear off this area, but a little hesitant for him. Good backstab by JB and trying to go in for another one. And let's see, 4S KINCAID will be able to capture the final, but I think they have been pushed out. JB right now, perfect timing for the backstab, and probably another elimination to his team. He is controlling this mid for the rest of the team to go for the capture, and Bravo is the only thing left.
The remaining player from 4S KINCAID here in through Fireside is just 1 player. That's player number 3 and Evan. But damage has been done, but not so much that it would actually change the tide of the game, as PV Sage still has an opportunity to equalize the points down. But just as we are mentioning that, they're going to be losing majority of the gunfights here in mid street, and the Bravo tick of progress, the second tick, is going to be going down as 9 versus 16 is going to be your life count, and 4S King still have 2 operators.
Yeah, 2 operators for them, and probably that's the reason why there's a slowdown for PV Sage to go for the rush, knowing that it can be turned around against them. This guy in number 1 will be taken down, and Bravo can be cleaned up for the final tick. Corvin right now starting it off from the side, and this might be it from PV Sage. This is what will trigger them to get back on track, but how much? They are losing life department, 2 deficit to their name, but with that Purifier, Mako will be able to put a play to balance it out, and Mako is still rushing in, but will be sidestabbed in there by Tybee, and is now a 2-4 on the lives, and not looking good. 4S KINCAID might be seeing the first point to this game.
I would have to, oh man, if Justin won that gunfight, it could have easily been a win. It could have been done, but Corvin just overpowered by these 3 players, and that Annihilator being brought out could have been the huge difference, but not able to win those gunfights. And so there's still a little bit of a fight coming in from 4S KINCAID, where they brought out majority and slowly but surely used their operators well. They were using it patiently, knowing very well that they don't have to absolutely bring everything out. But the battle for mid street is going to ensue here, and so far no one has still have a hold of it.
Yep, no one has hold of it, but Evan was able to pull out a Sparrow and go for a double elimination. Let's see if the control will be done well by 4S KINCAID. Once again, Chicken was able to take down Kurt, and Corvin in there with the peek from the barrels and going for the capture on Bravo. It's a good push for him to bait everyone to go to that side, as the other is being taken as well by Taipei, and that is a good play though, despite of losing a few more lives on them. Taipei is just waiting for that second tick, but has been taken down. Oh, sorry, that was Justin who was waiting for a second tick and has been taken down. So Bravo right now almost captured to a double, but well, PV Sage just put into a hole right now, as they have been put in a restart from the spawn.
I mean, we do get to see PV Sage just sneakily putting a bit of progress here in Bravo. That first tick of progress sealed down, even though the majority of their teammates were trying to capture that alpha flag. They know very well that 4S Canes might actually just, you know, be a little bit distracted with trying to win majority of the gunfights here. And now we're slowing things down yet again. Second tick of progress already for PV Sage. Life count disparity is going to be equalized. And that third tick of progress already gonna go down, and it needs to be dealt with because that alpha flag is a little bit easier to go and capture. And the solo hold coming in from player number 3 from PV Sage finally gets a hold of it. That is Corvin. And now they have the setup to try and capture this alpha flag, and not just that, twice the life count.
Good initiation by Chicken, and it's just a runaround being done by Mako. But Damia was able to clear up a few, and the rest of 4S KINCAID, but with 3 lives remaining. it is not looking good for Forest Kincaid. They are just playing with the lives right now. PV Sage, and they get that win. A 3-1. Finally, a point goes to PV Sage in this series.
Well deserved coming in from this team, and they definitely needed it. When it comes to these respawn game modes, it's very much equalized. But when we saw that search and destroy, we were kind of thinking, do they have what it takes to take down Kincaid in their best map mode? Doesn't really matter. They do it anyway as PV Sage bags 1 win, which is definitely still essential. Just in case in the future where it is going to be a tie game situation, you're going to have to count how many map wins you're going to have essentially if you do have equal map wins, which is definitely going to be important here later on. So you get to see it, PV Sage. It could have been a 2-1 today, but it is still, I mean, I'm giving credit where credit is due. Kincaid just did a phenomenal job at trying to catch up in hardpoint, and that S&D, hands down, was just absolutely amazing. And here in Control on the other end, they kind of faltered a tiny bit, even though GB tried to get as much kills as he could.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of PV Sage probably slowing things down, giving the opportunity for them to take down the lives, and even for the in terms of capturing the point, they're just doing it as baiting them from both sides. So we saw that in the previous match. So like PV Sage understanding what winning condition can be done, turning it around for whether you're in attack or in defense really worked for them. But having crossroads or probably having control as an advantage for your team is not enough. You need to have a lot more firepower as well as spawn control in hardpoint, and as well as a lot more on search and destroy. From what we've seen earlier, the 71 really damages their numbers. But I would agree with you. It could have been a 2-1 favoring PV Sage on how close that is on that takeoff map.
Yeah, it was too close for comfort. I'm excited to see it again. You know, I'm pretty sure this was the closest matchup that we thought was going to happen, and it is pretty close, especially when it comes to those respawns. But that Crossroads, like going back to it again, it's just the side of PV Sage, they were doing a really good job at being just doing the textbook Control gameplays. That is very much a COD thing to do. Just hold your angles. You don't have to overextend. They were doing nothing fancy, especially in that round number 1, where they were just kind of waiting for a push inside those buildings, inside of mid street, where they were just winning majority of the gunfights. The only reason why we do get to see Kincaid just get that round number 3 is because they had 5 operators at the ready. They used it well. They definitely used it well, but you know, you do get to still see it was brought down into a 2v3 situation, which was still very much winnable for PV Sage. But yeah, it is just comes close until that kind of situation where it's a 2v1 and 2v3. So I love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll love to see that, and there's a chance for us to see a little bit of the gameplay that we've seen so far from Hardpoint, and this is how close it is earlier. Where in Forest Kincaid already have a 200 mark, and it is being chased by PV Sage, and onto the final moment, that is where everything just turns around favoring Forest Kincaid, and it's just a matter of a few more seconds for them and the usage of operator skills on the best timing to clean it up and to stop anyone from rushing in. Thus, they take the win. But as the meltdown search and destroy, this is like, it was just a game for Forest Kincaid. Not so much of pressure being brought in by PV Sage in that gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to that S&D meltdown, it really is just Kincaid just playing a masterclass of S&D. They were doing different looks, and they were just going with what works for them. And it was always that Bravo side, that generator side. And we did get to see just one, I think, bright moment for PV Sage in that search and destroy. But this is definitely a game mode where they shine the most here in this Control Crossroads, where it is supposed to be the best map of 4S, and they were able to kind of shut them down here. So it's nice to see that they're probably studying. There's a lot of VOD. They probably watched it because all that Kincaid has played for Control is Crossroads. And so that is a lot of games and VOD to study, and they were able to finally find a solution to how to battle here in this particular game. But here you go, Neptune. I mean, I'm not surprised. We're seeing GB to be our MVP of the game.
Yeah, and with 29.33 on average scale, 1.38 on the KDA, and well, this GB has went in most instances, multiple eliminations before going down. He is the guy who really starts off the battle in this match, and with GB averaging 8, especially on his search and destroy, he's averaging 8.6 in the kills department. So there's really a huge difference in terms of performance compared to when we look at it overall. But well, this is for KINCAID getting the 2-1 in this matchup, and I guess we are going to have an interview right now from one of their teams or one of their teammates.
Ooh, I wonder who it's gonna be. Is it gonna be GB? I mean, it's my first time doing the interviews right now. I'm very excited to finally get to talk to the 4S KINCAID boys. But yes, there's a lot of things to ask with this team. I have so many questions. It's like, number one, why did you lose control Crossroads? But I'm gonna save that for later. But I mean, it's still very much a well-deserved win because this is their first round win in the series, and so far they've only been doing Crossroads. They've been winning that. But come on, let's take on over. Who is gonna be this person that we're going to be interviewing? I'm excited for it. There you go. I'm just super excited to finally get to talk to the rest of these players. But Neptune, you've been doing this for you've casted once, and so how was it like interviewing these players? What kind of answers do you usually get?
Well, usually there are some who are really honest, some who, you know, they answer it to a point that they don't want to offend anyone. Right? So I guess we've seen that so many times, but that's the respect that we get from the players. But let's see as to who is going to be in here on the interview. It's Evan right now from 4S KINCAID. And how are you doing, Evan, for getting that 2 wins?
I'm doing fine, Neptune, and thank you for having me here. So it was great. We have a great run, especially for me and my boys to get our first victory, our first year's victory. So
All right. I mean,
Well,
congratulations on your win. And that was very much impressive. But I want to ask, like, what happened in that control game? Because that is supposed to be your best game mode. So what happened there? I was kind of expecting that it'd be a possible 3-0 or a close one with you guys in the win.
we fell in short, although we tried our best, but their strategy is a bit it's a bit off because they play passive and we play aggressive in control. We got countered in our strategies got countered, especially their ARs, their chicken just abusing the headless. So it's great though. So that's the main problem here. We fell in short, especially with their passive strategy.
Mhm. And I would agree. I mean, the moment that PV Sage went passive, it slowed you down as well and threw off your game because from the, especially coming from Search and Destroy, we saw how quick you went in on each of the rounds in there. So slowing it down on that control mode really changes the pace of the game. But you
Yes,
did mention that you have a lot of questions for them, so I'm going to throw it again to you, and probably Ivan will be able to answer them.
Yes, I do have a lot of questions. So, on the flip side of things, you guys had a phenomenal meltdown game. I mean, you guys were throwing different looks on the attacking side. You guys were rushing, you were stacking, and then after that, you would be doing a 3-2. So, what kind of gameplay was that? Because I was kind of expecting a closer meltdown matchup. What was going through your heads when it comes to, you know, winning it so dominantly?
Actually, it depends on our communication. It all comes down to our communication. Especially, we keep on mind where their snipers are located. For especially chicken is always on the A bomb site. So for us, the B bomb site is vulnerable. Especially there are no open pickers. So I commanded them to push B as much as possible. As you can see here, all the attacking side we push B. So it all comes down to communication.
Absolutely. I mean, we were already calling it. If you guys are gonna rewatch the broadcast later on and do VOD review, we just kept on saying, why does PP Sage keep throwing people on Alpha? They're not gonna be greeted by anyone. B is just wide open, and you guys were able to capitalize on that. How about you, Neptune? Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I'm all good. I'm pretty much like really excited to see you get this like two out of three of the map wins against PV Sage, and looking forward to how much you will be improving into the game. And again, thank you very much, Evan, and the rest of Forest Kincaid in showing us a great match. So, and
Thank
we're
you
going
so
to say
much.
goodbye to Evan. Any final words that you want to say?
Oh, can I make a shout out?
Yeah, sure.
Can
Go
I?
ahead.
So shout out to FTG Eterna, my first team. I miss you guys. So yun na. Thank you so much, Neptune, and this month.
All
Salamat,
right. Thank you very
Lods.
much. Salamat, Lottie.
There you go. Salamat, Lottie Cakes.
And
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the gameplay here, it just really is important to, number one, be confident in your play style. That's something that they already kind of are familiar with. Their control, they were kind of aware
Yeah.
that, okay, the ARs of PB Sage was a little bit too much. We kind of saw that. They were being overpowered. But also on the flip side of things, in that S&D, they were able to, know the weakness of PB Sage. So that presence of mind is something that we love to see, man. So yeah, I mean, a lot of things here in this, round number 1, but we still have 4 more for the day. And I know everyone in the comment section already looking for SKADI. Don't worry, they're up next. They're going up against LVX. But we're going to be taking a quick short break. Don't forget to come back though with some food, some drinks, because this is going to be a really good matchup. See you in a little bit.
UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is deployed. Predator missile on stand there. Keep it up. Hunter killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Garena Masters Season 5 Ever Triumph. I am Neptune the Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is the one and only Beef Mommy, and we are now on our second series where we're going to see a team of 4S SKADI go against SKADI go against LVX. Sorry, I got 4S's earlier, but they go against LVX, and let's see if this is a chance for SKADI to just get in and a roll for that all wins in this game.
So you pronounce it. You said 4S SKADI, right? So it's SKADI. I love that. You know, I'm gonna start saying it now like that. So, like what you mentioned, it's an exciting matchup. Like looking at the stats that we've had so far, SKADI has not dropped the map, but we are gonna take a look at what we have for today. The schedule. We've already seen game number 1, but we do get to see round number 2, where we still have 4 games today. And now we're finally getting to see SKADI versus LVX, and the next up is going to be Savage Huntsman, Spender. ZHIG ZHAG is going to be ending the game up against 4 Suits Esports. So it will be very much interesting how the day is going to play out, because so far, PV Sage getting that 1 win, but 4S KINCAID rather getting that 2K. This time, on the other hand, Neptune, what do you think is going to happen between SKADI and LVX? Because so far, SKADI has not dropped a map. LVX, on the other hand, has won particular games, but we are doing a round robin type of setup here.
Yeah, but the thing is, for LVX, they went in against not so much in the same level as SKADI, because I'm not saying that they are not are weak. They are not that strong just yet. We saw how PB Sage has been overtaken by 4S KINCAID, and they got 2 wins against 4S KINCAID, which is counterintuitive. And even for 4 Suits Esports, they got a 1 on that search and destroy. But for the side of SKADI, Freezy, Tokyo, Chroma, Mids, Mark, and Cisco, the Rice guy, will be in here playing once again. And this is where we see if they'll be able to bring it to a 12-0 after this match.
Yeah, I mean, when we get to see a team that just stepped it up this time around, this is the team that we're kind of looking towards. And another team that kind of mirrors them, I kind of mentioned it a while ago, was actually BBC. And it's just really a good thing to have that SKADI is going to be one of the top dogs here in Group A. BBC, on the other hand, they are that top 4 team. And these are 2 teams that kind of started out together in their respective, I think, early days when it comes to being here in competitive. Granted, some of them individually have been competing for such a long time, but now it just seems like they are very much ready to go up against these top dogs and possibly win it into the very end. But obviously, in the other side of things, we have LVX that will also try and get their name out there. We have Joke, Flacco, Yams, Corti, Light, and obviously we have Yukish as well. And what we've seen so far when it comes to these boys is they're probably one of the best search and destroy teams that we've seen here so far in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of reputation, we've seen Joke and Flacco in a different team, and they already have a few of the gameplays that has been set in this matchup. And if I'm not mistaken, the history of some of the players out here are pretty much the same as you mentioned earlier for the side of SKADI. So this is more of how the chemistry will work of some of the vets and together with the new players in the competitive scene. But LVX right now is one of the newest, the team LVX is one of the newest in the Garena Master scene. So we'll see if they will be able to pull out all the strats, and not strategy or strategy, but strategy.
I remember.
Yeah,
that.
remember that. I know. I was thinking to really pull out that word. So one thing I would say is they have a lot more in this game, so that to put in on the match. So let's see if there will be anything that they can pull out, especially from the history that we have between these 2 teams. LVX, they had a few losses, especially in control against the two 4S teams, and the hard point is very, very close. So great strides has been pulled out, but they haven't fought against SKADI just yet.
I mean, SKADI's definitely a very difficult opponent to go up against. LVX so far has been meeting up the middle of the pack. They've been met with a little bit of success. They've only dropped once, which is up against Four Suits Esports. So it'll be interesting how the maps and modes are going to be picked, because majority of the time it's just mind games. You have to know your opponent. You need to study what maps they're good at, what maps they're going to be banning, because you need to find a way to kind of just control your fate just like that. But we're looking at Summit, Firing Range, and Raid to be part of our map pool of the day. And now I'm looking at that Summit map because we do get to see that SKADI just absolutely did a phenomenal job the last time that they were here. I think that was day number 3 up against Four Suits Esports, where it's 250 and 119. So that is a pretty impressive scoreline to have.
Yeah, I would agree as well, because it's more of understanding where the team can be better at, and they've done that before, compared to, like, we haven't seen any of the LVX team in that Summit hardpoint just yet. But when it comes to firing range, I mean, regardless of what the number is in like in this Garena Masters, that is an OG map. So a lot of things has been done and can be done already in this. It's more of how you can outsmart the other team. And with the defensive side, for the side of LVX, it might be another speed run that can be pulled by SKADI, since they will be the ones who will be dictating pace.
Yeah, I mean, SKADI here in through Firing Range, both of these teams have actually played this map. They played it in a very similar sense. It's 7-2. But the difference is SKADI went up against Four Suits Esports, and for LVX, they did go up against PV Sage. And we've already seen how weak the S&D game of PV Sage was. So I'm still kind of giving SKADI an upper hand here when it comes to this Firing Range S&D. And when it comes to the players here, Neptune, like, who are you looking forward to the most in terms of SKADI's side on who will perform and give the most frags and give the most high impact kills so far?
Well, for the side of SKADI, it's more of Tokyo. I mean, Tokyo has been doing great in terms of search and destroy, averaging 9 in the kill average, and even having a 2.16 KD in control. So not so much on a hard point though, because it's not dependent on the eliminations. It's more of the time spent that you have. So, but still, Tokyo is a guy from the side of SKADI. For the side of LVX, QWERTY is one of the best player in terms of those averages. And imagine an average of 14 and a search and destroy, and not quite sure how many games he played, because I think the rotation for the side of LVX has been done for all 6 players. So he had 14 and SND average, probably 1 match, but dude, like 14 elimination in 1 game, and that is just a different record for this guy.
Yeah, I mean, that record definitely is going to be really impressive. And since we're mentioning the different kinds of players that will make a spot on performance here, the last time that they were here in Firing Range, it was Tokyo. You mentioned him already with 10 kills, and you said he already has an average of 9. And speaking of 9, Chroma is also a person that will be very pesky when it comes to being I think he is the wild card of this team right now, because you're going to be seeing him everywhere. You already know that in a map like Summit, he can perform. I've seen this guy perform when he was still in BBV, when he was in his past teams, right? The guy is pesky when it comes to those close range. So to have Summit be your hard point and to have Firing Range where you can have those close ranges is definitely going to be really impressive for him. But let's see what kind of response we're going to be seeing here for LVX as we start things off in Summit hardpoint, where we have LVX on the more favorable side because they will have a hold of that 2F.
Yeah, and 2F right now is being held, and not only that, the hill has been held as well by LVX. Tokyo in there almost, but has been taken down as well. And from the looks of it, LVX right now is like putting up a lot in terms of elimination, but the captures is not that much. So this is the only time that they might be able to clear it out, but knowing SKADI, they will not be letting go of that 2F as they want to prepare on to that B2 as well. So it might be scrappy this time early around, but it's too early to say, really.
Yeah, I mean, we do get to see that SKADI is trying to maintain that 2F control, but it's still being met by the force of LVX. At the moment, they still have pretty much majority of the points down here, 26 seconds, but it is still very much early on in the game. You already expect that P1 is going to be the scrappier amongst all of the hills here, but the next hill is going to be scrappy as well. It is going to be the importance of how you're going to be rotating in from P2 to P3 later on, but SKADI is going to be positioning very much early on. You already know that they're already aligning the different chess pieces for the next set of rotations, as player number 1 mid's going to be that anchoring point, dictating where else the rest of his team's going to be spawning off to.
Yeah, and if you saw earlier on the minimap, like most of the time, SKADI is on the top part of our minimap. Thus, they are already preparing for that P2. And as you mentioned, the spawn is being controlled right now. But unfortunately for them, like LVX is moving from the same direction, thus it might cut off the approach, the anchor that is being done. Good thing that Chroma, again, the ones who's so annoying, finally being taken down by Flacco, just stop the approach, bleeding a little bit, but they are still on the roll. LVX is catching up with 20 seconds to spare.
LVX had the more favorable spawn for a little bit, just a touch. And that was player number 5, Corti, trying to get majority of the kills down here. And now he's going to be rotating along with another player right beside him. It's going to be Joke. But everyone else from SKADI tried to go in there for the early rotation as well, bringing in those 3 players. And Cisco going to be possibly winning him a really big gunfight here. And Joke is going to be right there for the distraction. And Cisco able to win it. Those 2 essential gunfights will dictate where everyone else from SKADI is going to be. And speaking of, everyone else from SKADI is going to be just spawning off of silo side as well.
Yeah, and they have good control. I mean, this is what we talk about, especially in hardpoint. Control the spawns, understanding where to anchor yourself and defend all these hills. This might be a chance. This really is a chance for SKADI to rack up all those points, because there's not so much of opening for LVX to take them down. Cisco right now going in, waiting at the doors, and will not be able to take it because of smoke, but still have good coverage as to who's going in. And there goes backstab Chroma as well, and it's just clean up overall for the side of SKADI, stopping LVX in their heels.
Okay, it's going to be an open hardpoint right now. 13 seconds left on the clock, and SKADI's actually just going to be leaving it, going in for that rotation instead. So that was 3 seconds of an open hardpoint. But also, take a look at that. Everyone else from LVX is actually going to be spawning off into the other side of the map, where they will still be going to be greeted by Chroma, trying to get the majority of the scrap points there in P3. As the Preddy comes through, we do get to see that LVX, even though they spawned on the left side of the map, still spawning off here on the right side, and it is up to SKADI to try and go and break these spawns, try to go in there for the flip, and also try to deny the light of the Sparrow's light.
Yeah, and well, light has been brought down, and Flacco right now going in, still controlling the spawns to their side, but not so much can be done because in the mid, it's already a rush coming from SKADI. So it's more of this guy Yams who can or needs to clean it up, but he has been taken down by Tokyo, and we mentioned how much of a damager Tokyo can do in terms of a kill department, and Purdy has nowhere to go but into the next hill. But there's a few more backup coming in for the side of LVX. Not so much. They can push through and break that hill. A few more seconds remaining. Scrap point, and the rotations is already being done by both teams onto that P1.
Okay, so far we only have that one operator in the form of mids. He'll be saving that war machine for later on in a more crucial moment in this game. And like what we saw already a while ago in that first set of rotation, it is going to be LVX having a pretty good hold here in P1. On the other side of things, SKADI is having the more favorable power position though, but they were not really just positioned well enough to get rid of all of these players coming in from LVX. So it is still going to be a heavily contested spot from both of these teams.
Yeah, there's quite a huge difference from the start of the game and when you cycle back through on that P1, because you don't have that much operator skills as well as utilities that you can use. So this time a team can take advantage, especially as they already set up that second floor, but Cisco has been taken down together with Freezy, and Light is the guy who's going in for the multiple slays. Joke as well will be in here with the remaining 14 seconds of the clock. Good chance for them to reach that 100 mark, but the contention is still being done. 8 seconds remaining and no points going in for the side of LVX. SKADI is the ones who will be cleaning this up and not so far from that P2. So Yams as well as the rest of the crew needs to make a break onto the hill as well as backstab against SKADI for them to control most of the time in this P2.
And now this is where SKADI was able to get some really good points and rotations here from P2 all the way into P3, where it is going to be a pinch finally happening for LVX. That is going to be a really good presence of mind. They very well know that SKADI would want to go and flip those spawns, but unfortunately for them, they're looking at the wrong direction. And now it seems like LVX not having any kind of map control whatsoever, as SKADI is going to be able to get these 30 seconds. And that time on the hill is definitely going to be very much important. 150 and 88 is going to be your scoreline with 26 seconds of scrap left to play with. They're very much in this game still, though.
Oh, yeah, very much indeed. LVX right now just cleaned up that hill. 16 seconds remaining and still onto the yellow side. 12 seconds scrap point remaining. And as you can see, rotation, though, is being done not only by a couple of players from LVX, but the whole squad of SKADI. But they are for the side of LVX, they are pulling out back a little bit. They don't want to risk it. And this guy in 3 light just wants to shed this light and also control the spawn for them to favor this next hill. 2 already into the hill, but 1 has been taken down. It is a 2v1 situation right now for this guy in number 4. Yams right now wasting that annihilator as he has been sprayed down with a purifier.
Oh man, so much has happened in those 10 seconds, man. I mean, SKADI was having more of that spawn control. They had the hill. 2 players from LVX tried to go and push through, but was denied by that Freddy, and also mids just having 1 HP of life up against light. And now, just as that happened, it was a complete turnaround yet again here. LVX able to maintain, able to get a lot of these points down, but was shut down at the moment by SKADI. And now 18 seconds of scrap points into the favor of SKADI, 168 and 126. It's still going to be a very close game. Everyone else, though, coming in from LVX is a little bit scattered down, as only 1 player is in position right there on the next set of rotations. And it is going to be very much troublesome for them because they'll be greeted by the full stack of SKADI players.
Yeah, and QWERTY has done a lot in terms of holding this anchor. But the moment that he has been broken through, that is where everything falls apart. And SKADI, with only a few remaining seconds for them to reach that 200 mark, and they still have a hold of this hill, this might be favoring the guys in blue. But Freezy will need to go in for the rush as well, going for the rotations so that they can clear the anchors and control the spawn before they head in for that final stretch. But this guy in number 5, Tokyo, like, even if he is holding this hill solo, he can do so. But finally, there goes Joke, bringing him a laugh after that fight.
That was a really good flip when it comes to SKADI. They played that gravity vortex well, and that just, had a very hard time on LVX to try and enter this P4 side. And even though they set up pretty early on, the 1 player of the side of LVX, that was QWERTY. He was all alone there trying to go in there for that spawn control, but unfortunately for him, not able to have the rest of his team to back him up. Now the rotation coming in from P1, where we do get to see that they're getting a lot of the gunfights here for the side of LVX. But for SKADI, they're very much patient in playing this P1. They usually give the first early points here in P1, but they do get the scrap, and majority of the points later on, they're just funneling through. They're just getting their gunfights around the hill, and that's what's happening at this moment.
And it seems like they're just waiting for the rest of the teams to gather up, get the power positions for them to clean up. And Chroma with a 3K in there with Purifier. It has been cleared. 30 seconds remaining for SKADI to take this win, and they might be able to do so in this hill. QWERTY is the guy who will try to stop them. War Machine on hand will not be able to take a few, and Freezy is the one who takes him down. And still, it is contention after contention. SKADI with only 11 seconds for them to grab this. Plenty of time for them, especially as how they are doing it this time. And this might be it. This might be the game for SKADI to take that win. Valiant effort for LVX right now as they stop that final second and bring it to the next hill.
But take a look at that. It's all blue all around the next hard point, and with 1 more point, of just trying to open up the hard point. There you go. They secure it. 250 and 145 is going to be your score line. And a phenomenal job from everyone here in SKADI. We saw it in the side of Cisco, an essential gunfight being won in that P3 spawn, and also mids as well, trying to do that anchoring job as well in the same type of side. But everyone did a really good job. The presence of mind in this team is just so on point.
Yeah, I mean, despite you did mention it, I would agree. Despite of them not getting the initial points into the hill, it's just that they understand how to take the pace, like wait up for the rest. Like they know how many guys is needed for them to get a good power position and then rush through that hill in the final moment, grab a lot of points, even let it go and towards the end of that hill counting down, and then rotate onto the next one. So it's just SKADI doing how they do best, and LVX, like, they had a lot of eliminations, but elimination again is not the point that we're counting on. It's a hill time, and despite of that, LVX did, like, they did a great job in trying to catch up midway, but towards the end, SKADI just swept them through the first, or I would say, remaining two hills.
Yeah, I mean, you do get to see that LVX, they were winning and getting majority of their points actually in P1, but SKADI was just kind of busy trying to get those kills outside of the hill, getting those operators and score streaks instead, and we do get to see them being used pretty well. And so with, on the other side of things, Chroma being that MVP, having 2 minutes on the clock and 44 kills, definitely going to be a huge deal for them. We saw him just do the objective so well, and it's always going to be winning. If you're always going to be setting your sights when it comes to playing those objectives, you're going to be winning it majority of the time. And now we're moving things into firing range, where again, it is going to be a different kind of feeling this time around. We've seen both of these teams play firing range. They've done a phenomenal job, but just showing us that SKADI is just so good when it comes to gunfights. They're patient. They know very well not to be impatient when it comes to those engagements. Is something that will definitely kind of gift you going into this firing range S&D.
Yeah, let's see on how they can control this game as they are starting it off on the attacker side, and SKADI might be going in for a patient gameplay, or probably otherwise a speed run, as we keep saying seeing from some of the teams out here. But again, it will depend on what will be the response of LVX and the initial trade-off. And once it snowballs through to either one side, or probably if it's balanced from both sides, it will dictate if it goes fast or slow. So far for the record, search and destroy from both teams has been a win overall. It's just dependent when they face off each other.
And when it comes to firing range, this is such an interesting map to play with, because you have mid where it could be either your worst enemy, you can easily be sniped off, but it could also be your best friend. Have that delay push, or depending on what kind of play you're going to be doing, you can smoke out mid, you can sneak into trailer where your enemies aren't going to see you, you're going to give them a little bit of a hard time, make them uncomfortable. And for a team like SKADI, they're very much knowledgeable of how to play S&D, but on the other side of things, LVX is actually very much good in S&D as well. This is their best game mode, and we're finally seeing them being played here. And now as we're starting things off here in search and destroy firing range, a heavy push going in from that Bravo side for SKADI.
Yeah, only one defender has been left in there before the rest of the team has rushed through, and Light was able to take down Chroma, and Flacco right now sprays in through the door and also to the window. And well, that is a quick trade-off right now, bringing it to 1, 2, 3, and Freezy just taking advantage of the joke this time, taken down. And well, Yukish has a great job to do as he went against 3, takes down 1, and 2 more to go.
30 seconds left on the board though, and Yukish able to kind of bring down the life count, but SKADI very much knows where he'll possibly go from. He doesn't have enough time to rotate. And now lagging. I don't see anything happening on the screen. But finally I'm back. 13 seconds left on the clock, and he is spotted by Freezy. That 2v1 not possible right now for the side of LVX as SKADI plays their angles right. And for a moment there, I was going to be very angry at my internet connection if I just went back and just saw nothing.
Yeah, I thought it was on my side, but thank enough that you are back, and we are back at it again on to that second round. Wherein earlier it's so much surgical for the side of SKADI. They were able to push through and take down a few more of the side of LVX, leaving one down. But at this point, they have 4 guy already. Oh, Mark has been taken down. Flacco follows it through. Yukish in there for another one. And SKADI not looking good for them. But it's a good thing they were all able to take down 2 more. But I would say with 2v3 situation right now that SKADI is facing with Cisco in one side and into the mid is Tokyo. They need to be careful, but there's no being careful at this point. Snipes is on them, and probably a chase down the other side as Light is already waiting, and Cisco breaks it down, and it is now a 2v2.
And I mean, LVX, there's only so much you can do on the defensive side. They tried to cover all 3 lanes, which is the best case scenario for them. Unfortunately, though, that person that was trying to go and defend in through Jungle's side, not able to win that gunfight. And now doubt is now created in the minds of LVX. SKADI, on the other hand, will have more of an upper hand. There is no information whatsoever coming in from LVX. Cisco, on the other hand, spots 1. And that is information given to them. But Joke able to get rid of Tokyo, and he was so far away, and Cisco still able to equalize. And this guy is just on point right now, and unfortunately for him, he still gets the turnaround. A quick 360 shot coming in from Cisco. And my goodness, this guy has just eyes in the back of his head. I'm awake, I am alive, and so is Cisco.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that was 2 quick scope. One from across against Mark, and another one against LBX, and another one is the ones below him earlier before he pulled off. But Mark was able to take down Light as well, responds to what Cisco did to them. Let's see on how it will unfold right now on a 3v4 as Yukish is also trying to get a peek. But Tokyo right now would have good sides on one, but Tokyo has been taken down by Joe. Cisco responds with another, and it is the end. SKADI just doing what they do best as Mark, the ones being silent on the snipes.
Yeah, I mean, getting those first bloods from Mark, those essential kills, just gave them more of an opportunity to go in there for the plant in through Alpha. A different look from the 2 times that they tried to go in for that Bravo push. And now it seems like another Bravo push is going to be in the works right now. But the rest of LVX are very much aware of this push and will be sending 4 players right there.
Mark in there taking down Flacco. Yukish responded, takes down a Chroma. Tokyo right now for the rush in. It doesn't work for the side of Joke. The dance is on, and Tokyo still brings him down. It's now a quick fight. SKADI brought in another speed run after that initial engagement. It's now 4-0.
That timing from Tokyo, the dance around, like what you mentioned, it was a tango on his end, and the beat was just on his side. And now SKADI seems to be like they're on point at the moment as Cisco is going to be smoked off here from mid. And that gives Yams an opportunity to get rid of Freezy trying to push the smoke, and he will be punished.
And he will be punished indeed. Joke as well. And it is a 4v3 situation. Not looking good once again for the side of LVX. You need to make a trade-off, and Flacco does that against Mark as well as Chroma. 2v2 situation right now. And Cisco still on this nice. Flacco is down, and it is now the post-plant. Let's see if that can be retaken by the side of LVX. Cisco is already in A-long.
Man, Cisco, dude. This is just so good right now from SKADI. And to be fair, LVX is bringing it down. I mean, they're trying to fight it. They're trying to equalize, but at the last moment, the flicks from Cisco is just so untouchable at the moment. He is on. For the snipers of LVX at the moment, kind of struggling. I know Joke has been hitting his shots, but not fully converting it into wins. Yukish, on the other hand, as well, getting those kills down. And now 1 player is going to be down for both of these teams. It'll be left by a 4v4 as that battle for that mid control definitely going to be right there. But Mark hits his mark.
Mark hits his mark and was able to take down one for the side of LVX. Now, Mark is the ones who usually started off, and then Cisco's the ones who ends it. Still the sniper gameplay. Let's see if this will happen for this side. Tokyo's already down, 3v4 situation. Chroma on the plan, and Cisco's just waiting into this second floor. And Freezy was able to take down Flacco in there onto the rush, as Freezy's just waiting for the peak, and only a few HP remaining, but a turnaround. Cisco will be able to finish it up, and the dance once again up close and personal, but it is a Mark with pistol in there, ends it. Match point
goodness.
for SKADI.
It just really goes to show that the snipers of SKADI are just having more of an impressive time here. Yes, Yukish just is getting his points, but Joke on the other hand, just having to is just struggling to get these kills down. And as we're switching sides and LVX is going to be on the attacking, they will be greeted by two players on that Bravo side. But take a look at that, a quick flank trying to go in for Freezy, but denied right now by Joke.
And there goes Cisco being taken down, but Mark responded with nade and Chroma as well against Flacco. Light and Chroma hits it down, and only one survived. Mark right now, the only one who will be taken down by Yukish, and a point will be gathered. A little bit too quick for the side of LVX to break down the gameplay of SKADI.
Man, I mean, that first attacking round for LVX is definitely an important one. They need to find that confidence here in this S&D, and so far that attacking round is something that they're more familiar with. They're going to be playing it slow this time around, but take a look at the defensive setup of SKADI right now. It's a 2-2-1. It was converted into a 3-2-1. So it's definitely going to be important, because Freezy and Cisco getting one apiece is just making this into a really huge speed run, as Bomb is going to be going down in a very bad spot for that last player of Yukish to try and retrieve. At this point, they're going to be going in for the execution, man.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to pull it off. Yukish right now trying to block off the approach, and the dance is on. The chase is now. Yukish, run! Why are you running? Why are you running, Yukish? And good swing off, but Freezy doesn't want to let this go. Everyone's chasing it out, but whoa, it is Chroma. Chroma did it. Execution in final moment, and SKADI gets the win and search and destroy.
He just gave up, man. He just gave up and let it happen. He's like, you know what? I don't have a choice. I got 5 grown men just chasing after me, so might as well give him the satisfaction. And there you go. The dominance of SKADI yet again. And who was able to get that execution? Was it Chroma?
It's Chroma, yeah.
It was Chroma? Okay, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're just like, dang it, I wanted to have that execution, man. And Chroma's just like, it's my time to shine, baby. But, I mean, every single member, yet again, from this team has been doing a really good job. And one person that we must commend yet again is Cisco here in this S&D. His snipes were on, and it is going to be such important snipes as well. He won a round. He was able to clutch it, even though it was the round for LVX to take. And that is really important, because you basically broke the confidence, the momentum of LVX. And after that point, it was just a speed run from there.
Yeah, I would agree. And one thing I would say, like most viewers out there might say, why go in for the flashy snipes? And that works for Cisco. I mean, it works for him to get away from gunfight up close and personal, even as sniper, and he was able to take down a few more compared to what we've seen from Mark, wherein Mark is just like the basic sniper from what we saw earlier. He knows when to switch to secondary when he's up close, but Cisco just plays in a different level. And we all know Cisco is also a content creator, so he does that most of the time, and that's where he's comfortable with. Thus, it's quite different. The game style is different. There's a lot more flair, but the end result, if the end result goes in for a win, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, right now the confidence, the momentum is on the side of SKADI. We saw it in Summit. They played it well. They played it patiently. On the other side of things, firing range was a different look. It was aggressive. It was in your face. And that is a scary thing to see, because they were able to kind of use that confidence and turn it into such a convincing win. And why do we say it's a confident push? Because they were being aggressive. and they
Yeah.
weren't being punished for it. They were winning a
Right.
majority of the gunfights. As much as I would like to analyze that game, it really was just down to the mechanical skill of SKADI and their snipers, because Mark being the MVP, Cisco winning those clutch rounds, getting those really quick snipes that kind of just destroyed the play of LVX. We saw really good looks for LVX. They had a response. They brought it down into 2v2s. They were able to bring it down, but again, they were just outgunned in this firing range search and destroy. But now we're bringing things into raid. So let's see if it's going to be the same story as our match number 1, where things kind of turned around for the losing team here in this control.
Yeah, well, I would say in terms of paper, Raid has been a perfect run for the side of SKADI, and Tokyo has been a perfect guy who gets MVP most of the time, averaging 2 on the KD, or a +2 on the KD most of the time. And back to Raid, SKADI against LVX, it might be a 3-0. Again, they might be able to concrete their win streak at this point, because it's a raid that they have so much experience on. They have so much win already, and not so much of showing for the side of LVX. Crossroad is most of the time where they played on control, and they lost a couple of times. Standoff is one wherein they won against PV Sage, but in terms of raid, like, not so much a record for Green Masters 5.
Yeah, I mean, you already mentioned it. They don't have any kind of experience in raid here in this competition. For sure, they've scrimmed it, but they don't have. They haven't chosen it yet. And you're going up against a team that 3 O's every single raid control that they have. So that is a very impressive statistic to have. But we already seen it a while ago. We thought that 4S KINCAID could win that Crossroads because they have won it 2/3. But, this is the time to kind of pull it back and get a point down if you're going to be LVX. So I'm excited to see what will happen here. Raid is a tricky map to go up against, especially knowing very well that Cisco with the sniper, or Mark on the sniper. I'm pretty sure they're going to be bringing out the snipers here in this game, but here we go. Time for that redemption if you are LVX, but time to kind of just throw in the towel if you are SKADI and make this very quick.
Yeah, this might be a chance for them to make it quick. Joke in there, like, not really surviving against the enemy, but against himself, has a Paul falling down. Chroma right now just clearing off this statues, and well, he's still alive after a couple of knockoffs in there, but it's 24-25 right now, trying to balance off onto the side of SKADI, and it's just eliminations after eliminations, not so much of a capture, and it's only now that we've seen that from LVX, but it will be cleaned down by SKADI.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty good cleanup coming in from SKADI, and even though that LVX had majority of the gunfights being won, so that's still going to be a good effort, but they are putting their sights off of this A flag instead, where SKADI needs to go in there for the defense. But play number 1, that will be Flacco trying to get that attention of that last player from SKADI in through that spawn area. And I mean, I kind of saw what they wanted to do here in this A side, but I feel like they should have probably captured at least 1 point of ingress here into that A side, and no one else from SKADI was there. There was only like 1 player in that staircase.
Anyway, the thing is, like, despite of how much they split themselves, LVX is not surviving most of the push. It's more of the position being taken by SKADI that has broken down all the approach that is being pulled out by SKADI. Though the lives is quite balanced between these two teams, but they have not made any progress in terms of capture. They are losing count, and it's only now that Light might be able to do so. But, well, 5 seconds remaining, and still SKADI was able to take a hold of all those points, both those points, and this time stopping it in 3 seconds. First stick might be captured. They need to go for a second as well as a full minute, but SKADI just stops them, and as it continues on to that alpha, it ends it right now.
Man, it was so close. I can already say that LVX, it could have been more of in their favor. They were doing really good gunfights in the beginning. We saw the effort that they tried to put on Alpha when Bravo didn't work out for them. But that play number 5, that was QWERTY. He needed to step on the point. There was only 1 player right there, and he could have kind of just helped get ticks of progress there up against that person into that window in that money room. But here we go. It's SKADI all across the board. It's all blue. Not just that, we got player number 4 from SKADI trying to go in there for that spawn trap, but he will be denied.
Yeah, he will be denied, and let's see on how far Cisco will be able to pull this. It is now very close on that second. Good backup coming from Freezy to continue this on. Annihilator has been pulled out, but he will be taken down. And as you can see, great alternate approach being done by SKADI. They are not pushing it all together. They're doing it one at a time. The moment one pushes through on the other side, they covers for the lost time. And Bravo is now captured. Alpha is the next one, but will SKADI play it for the capture or probably for the TDM?
Ooh, Flacco is going to be doing some damage here for LVX, and he's going to be a really one pesky player, but right behind him is going to be Cisco, trying to snuff him out. And it will be Flacco that will try to go in there for that spawn trap, as QWERTY is able to spot out Cisco. That's the only line of defense up against Flacco at the moment. And he'll be trying to go in there for that top bedroom control instead, which is a good sight to have. 14 and 14 is going to be your life count. And now finally going in there for those kills as well. SKADI doesn't have to push, no. They have 1 minute and 37 to play with as they're trying to establish the power positions.
Yep, Cisco right now trying to clean it with the claw. Power positions being established. I would say already being done by LVX, and that's one reason why there was a hold in the capture being done by SKADI. But this is where they started off almost in the first take, but has been taken down. This guy in 3, Cisco moving in onto both sides as Chroma will be taken down. Like right now, Sparrow in hand. They don't want to give a point for the side of SKADI, and it's just the lives dwindling down. Captured, not so much being done by SKADI, and a good defensive approach by LVX, but they need to be careful of the lives that they're holding. It's already 5 remaining. When that goes down, the chances also goes down because there's a few more respawns coming in for the side of SKADI. 3v4 situation. Joke right now with a claw was able to clean one out. Now how much can they do? They are stuck in the lockers right now, and no one is pushing through. Bravo is or Alpha is being slowly being pushed from all directions. Tokyo for the backstab, but will be taken down. 2v3 situation. Joke has been taken out. 1v3. Will it be a clutch, or SKADI just goes in for the capture? They did not to rush. They have plenty of time. Cisco right now trying to peek in and sees one, but Light takes him down, and the trade-off wins the game for the side of SKADI.
It's close yet again, man. So, I mean, you get the ideation of LVX. Yeah. They always bring it very close. Especially we saw Flacco right there going in there for the backstab. He tries to go in there for the spawn trap. Wasn't able to successfully do that. And essentially he brings out his purifier, but wasn't really met by anybody. And he was just alone right there in bedroom where everyone else from his team needed help. And so it really is, the close moments like that is important. And now speaking of, we do get to see yellow on the kill feed as they're going in for that second tick of progress. 1 minute and 20 on the clock at the moment. And everyone else from SKADI trying to snuff out that last player, trying to go in there for that second tick of progress. But the question is, was he able to lock it down? The answer is yes. The third tick still try to be met. Only 2 lives in between them.
Yeah, and I love how the SKADI is approaching this situation. The moment that they have been knocked down, and that initial engagement, they just wait for the perfect timing, rushing through, just to make sure that the final tick will be captured or will not be captured in there by LVX. But Cisco right now just hanging it back. Again, the patience that they are showing right now as the rest of the team is spawning is what they're taking advantage of. They want to go for the rush because they have the advantage of the live. And Tokyo right now, Sparrow clean up will not be done. Yams in there being taken down, but no visibility as just yet from the remaining players of LVX. This might be a waste of a Sparrow who has been let go, and Tokyo, well, no choice, has to pull out the CBR.
Oh man, Cisco was denied of his claw, and Joke able to get a huge, possibly game-winning round for them, and possibly to turn things around. And that Bravo side really going to be heavily contested as a 2v3 situation is going to ensue. It really is up to that one player into the form of Joke to try and win his gunfights here through Pillar. Finally wins it, but 7 seconds left on the clock in mids with the War Machine trying to stop the push is not going to be enough. Cisco brings out the boxing gloves, and it is just not enough. A 3-0 here in Raid. A close call coming in from LVX, but not close enough as we also get to secure a 3-0 here in the series.
Yeah, that's where we saw like a little bit of or more fire for the side of LVX, but towards the end, that's where they have been met with demotivation because of how SKADI has been moving, like going in for elimination and not really losing much of the lives. And that's the farthest that we have in terms of the life department, but good run still for the side of LVX. Unfortunate for them, they were faced off against SKADI, and SKADI just wants to get all those wins their side. We have seen this before in the previous group stages of Garena Masters. The question is, will they be able to maintain this? Because sure enough, they will be heading into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it must be a really good feeling to be this dominant in this competition. So at this point, they're just going to be trying to, I think, in my opinion, they're probably going to be playing maps that they haven't played before, or maps they still have yet to kind of polish up at this point around, because you don't want to give anything away heading into playoffs. So congratulations for SKADI for making it into the playoffs. As we're looking at what we had here in the scoreboard, it is Flacco trying to lead his pack in LVX. We saw how well he was positioning himself, but unfortunately there were just times where we saw the idea, but it wasn't executed properly. And I feel like that's kind of the case for LVX majority of the time here in this series. Except for, you know what? Even in that hardpoint, even though it was going to be far away when it comes to the points, they were positioning themselves very well. It's just they were being outgunned. And also SKADI, when it comes to the timing of their operators, are just so on point.
Yeah, I mean, it's the timing, I would say mechanical skills in terms of engagement. SKADI is quite quicker in terms of checking all the angles they have, understanding where the opponents of LVX will be putting themselves in so that they will be able to take them down. Thus, ideation is there. The execution is there as well, but they just are not surviving all those gunfights. Thus, SKADI was able to take 3-0 on that control. And you keep saying it's very close. I would agree. It was very close most of in most instances of that control. And well, there's a lot more probably that LVX needs to do in terms of practicing and understanding where everyone from, like, not just SKADI, but everyone that they are facing off will be positioning themselves, especially in raid.
It's funny how we say everything was close, but you get to see that the scoreline's 250, 145, 7-1, 3-0. But if you look at things in a micro sense, I swear, it was kind of a close game. You did get to see that LVX had, like what you mentioned already, had the idea, kind of lacked when it comes to the execution, was overwhelmed when it comes to the gunfights, the mechanical skills, but they were able to bring things down pretty close when it comes to that S&D. There were times where it was a 2v2. It was just clutch moments that these individual players that SKADI really has, and that's what we love to see. And oh no, it's gonna be in the highlight reel. No, Mark, please, no. Oh no, it was Chroma. It was Chroma, no. Man, production just had to put that there, adding salt to the wound, but that's what we love, and that execution is something that we crave. But again, here in Control, it's kind of the same case. You can see over here, it's a 10-9. It really is the presence of mind for SKADI to just be so knowledgeable in these tight, high-pressure situations.
Yeah, I guess it's more of influence as well, because I'm seeing a little bit of influence from the other teams, and I guess we heard it from SKADI as well, that they watch all the games from the previous Garena Masters, understand the opponents that they have, and that's where they apply all the adjustment that they need, so that not only will they be ready when they face them off, but also they can utilize all those game style onto the opponents that they have, similar to what we've seen for LVX. But this time, the MVP, Tokyo. We talked about it from the start of the series. Tokyo still did it. They did it once again. 20 on average kill, 18 though on average death, but still a positive KDA on a 1.67. This guy really has been one of the integral factor of most of the match, especially in search and destroy, as well as on that control mode. But again, Tokyo has taken another of that MVP match, and this makes him the fourth-time MVP for control.
Impressive stuff here, and Tokyo again snatches that MVP. But the question in our minds right now, who's going to be representing his team here for our lovely interview? And we've already had Cisco, right? I've been seeing Cisco. He's usually the spokesperson for his team, but this time around we actually have a different person. We have mids on the board ready for this interview, because when it comes to the gameplays, we need to interview every single one of these players because they are essential. It's a team game, and so I'm excited to see it. Hello, Mids. Congratulations for having a perfect run yet again here. We're day number 4 into our group stages. How does it feel to have a perfect run and to be able to be in the playoffs?
It feels good, but it's not over yet. We still have 3 games left.
Well, I would agree. You still have 3 games, but with the record that you have, it does look like you've already secured the playoffs, and you're doing well actually with the record that you have. Do you have any question? Because I have one specific question. It have been shown in there in the highlights. I have shown in there in the highlights, and I have one specific question for Mids Beef. So if you don't mind, I'll be asking this one.
Go ahead.
What was the comms like in that final round of search and destroy when you were chasing for that execution?
Actually, I'm muted at that time, but I can hear them there shouting, and they're like, "Don't kill him! Don't kill him!" Then they're chasing him, and they said he fell down. Then they chase him, but Chroma is like the execute god of our team.
Yeah.
He has the max button for execute.
Yes,
All right. So,
execute is that gonna be a tally from now
his
on?
execute button is like it's maxed out.
how big can
I
it
love
get?
that.
How big can it get on a screen? But I guess like if Chroma has that on max out, then he will be able to do it first. But again, that was a good run for the team, SKADI and Beef. Any other question for Mids right here?
Oh yeah, when it comes to you guys' run here, like what I already mentioned, you guys have been perfect, and the amount of, I think, gameplay and polish that you have compared to Garena Masters 4 has been so significant. That what have you been doing in between preparing for stage 3, going into the World Championship? What did you guys do? What kind of changes did you make in your team?
Before we started stage 3, like we started to plan out that we will have like 2 scrims per day, per evening, and we're trying to do video review every after scrim, so we can fix our mistakes and plan what to do next.
All right, that's beautiful. I mean, when it comes to VOD review, it's definitely important. I have one more question on my side, and Neptune, if you want to ask some more. Well, I mean, I think we still have time. We don't have I think we have a lot of time today. So, when it comes to the local scene, right? Of course, you do VOD reviews, but knowing very well that Cisco is very much involved in the global scene, do you also watch reviews from the past stage 4 that literally just happened for EU, LATAM, North America, everyone else? Do you also watch VOD from those areas of the world?
As a team, we're not watching, like the whole team, we're not watching a VOD review, but most of the time individually we're watching, like Tribe and LG.
Really, I mean,
Right.
he's actually, Cisco's wearing an LG jersey, so obviously it would be the case. But yeah, that's gonna be our last question. But any shout out that you want to do before we leave?
Shout out to Tokyo Rivera JL.
Oy. Wow.
Full name.
Hello, full name. Grabe ah. Okay, Mr. Rivera, shout out po sa inyo. But yeah, thank you so much, Miz. I appreciate you. Have a really
Thank you.
great day. So yeah, there we go. When it comes to the gameplay of SKADI, it has been unmatched here. Obviously, ZHIG ZHAG is also a flawless team at the moment. We have yet to see both of these teams just really go head to head. But there's still a lot more things happening of the day. Match 2 out of 4 is already done and dusted. We still have 4 teams trying to battle it out and make it into the playoffs. Up next, we have Savage HUNTSMEN up against Spender. But we'll be right back. We're just going to have a quick little eating break because we're just hungry for some more action. We'll see you in a little bit.
Taking the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile awaiting. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is still Garena Masters 5 Ever Triumph, and we're still your caster on Neptune Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is the one and only Beef Mommy, and we are now halfway through this day in terms of series run, and we just saw the battle between SKADI as well as LVX. This time around, it is 2 Malaysian team, Savage HUNTSMEN as well as Spender. Now, looking at the records right here, it's pretty much very close, but in terms of what you've seen, Beef Mommy, and I know numbers and teams are giving us different results.
Yeah, I mean, you already said it, like the numbers sometimes lie in our faces, because if you're looking at Savage HUNTSMEN, they only have 1 win in the 3 days that we've had so far. And it's because they went up against one. SKADI, and ZHIG ZHAG already in the first 2 days. And so that's the reason why that the disparity of these points are so far away, because they're going up against the top two teams. And we're seeing Savage Huntsmen, they've been here for such a long time, right?
Yeah.
They've been names that have been in our arsenal for a while now here in the scene. So they've been having a shuffle. It wasn't the same Huntsman that we've seen before, but hopefully this time around they're going to be able to perform. They're going up against Spender this time around, which hasn't had any kind of win whatsoever. So this is the time that Savage Huntsman can do to try and even salvage more points this time around, because it is a crucial halfway point. Later on, it is going to be the ZHIG ZHAG up against Four Suits Esports. And again, this is a really good team that we really like to see, because Four Suits, they're in the middle of the pack. They're the ones that are in dire need of this points.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they are the ones currently holding the number 4 spot, and given the situation that they will be facing against ZHIG ZHAG, there's a huge hope that they might want to get a 1 point against this team. But well, let's head over to that number 3 game, Savage Huntsman and Spender. I would agree that this might be a chance for Savage Huntsman to get 2 or probably 3 of the map wins that they need. But it would depend on the following matches. And again, it's this team of Savage Huntsman are the ones who jump through mountains, starting off this competition, and hopefully this is a chance for them to slide through the slopes of the other teams, because it's like not that difficult anymore.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the last 4 teams that we're seeing today, it's really those 2 big names up against teams that are still trying to make it here into the scene. And Savage Huntsman still in a little bit of a pickle, but after those 2 days, it should be a way breezier run going up against the teams that are in the bottom of the bracket up into the middle. And so for them, they will still have a shot of trying to secure the top 4 spots that are needed to head in towards the playoffs. And at the very last thing, again, ZHIG ZHAG, they haven't really dropped the map yet. They've been having a phenomenal job. Even when it comes to their roster, their new roster, they're still pretty much on point, because they still have the experience. They've been in stage 5 already multiple times, but it's a team that has always been close, but not close enough to clinch the championships. They're so good when it comes to the group stages. They're so good when it comes to, you know, being in SEA, but they always just come up short once they're almost going to get the trophy. So
Yeah.
I'm interested how they're going to be bringing the bag here this time around in stage 3. But we are looking at Savage Huntsman on the other side of, you know, this part of Garena. The Malaysians, Derp, Zen, Trav, Jimboy, Xavier, and Edict. So these boys are no stranger when it comes to competition. We've seen them already in Garena Masters 3, quite literally in person, right, Neptune? They are very much really bright-spirited boys, but always I feel like they've always been in the middle. They just are trying to find their footing in the past few years here in this competition in Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, I love how Savage Huntsman and the team itself, especially with Derp in there, trying to different things season after season to better improve the team, to bring it to a different level. At some point, it is working. At some point, it's not. So it's like it's like there will be a chance wherein you will be able to find a perfect chemistry with a perfect team composition they have. Hopefully, this is it. It is not showing just yet, but again, like diamonds in the rough. These might be the teams, these might be the players that we're seeing right now, as they are going against a team wherein they might be able to get that 3-0 for all the series, but we're not underestimating their opponents just yet. Spenders might be a team that from the side of AJ, especially with how he pointed out the name and the logo, this might be a team who just want to enjoy going in on Garena Masters, and I guess I hope that they did when they qualified. But on Spender's side, we've seen a little bit of how they enjoy the final moments, even if they were lost from the previous day that they played. So let's see if there will be a lot more that can be seen and said for Spenders. Alik, Melayu, OP, Pino, Chelop, which is Purge C, Jiraya San, and Relax in here. for the team lineup of Spender.
Yeah, I mean, this team definitely is one that you'd like to say in the beginning of this broadcast, happy to be here, man. This is the experience that they needed. And when it comes to the points, it kind of just shows. But they did go up against a very difficult team that is in the form of, well, number one, ZHIG ZHAG. It is very much difficult to go up against a team like that. But it is also up against a team like, I don't know. I mean, they're at the very bottom at this point.
Yeah.
So they're just trying to have fun. They're trying to make it into a way that, okay, we'll get as much experience as we can in this competition. And the fact that they even made it here in the first place is still very much impressive to me. But that in itself is not enough for you to, get a lot of these points down, because you're up against really tough competition. Even when you're looking at the numbers here in Hardpoint, S&D, and Control, very much so they're having a very difficult time. But again, these are a group of people that are just very much happy to be here. I'm super excited to see how they're going to be playing here up against a team like the HUNTSMEN.
Yeah, I mean, really, hopefully that they are enjoying it, because, like, in terms of how they are being, and again, no offense to Spender, how they are being treated in the comment section at some point, and I know it can be hard at some point, but I'm seeing that even from some of the matches, you're not seeing any frowns from their face. They're just happy to be stepping in on to qualifying into the stage, in the group stages, and this might not be the time yet for Spender, as they are probably in a run for another set of donuts. But I'm still hoping for the best for them, as they are going in for Takeoff, Meltdown, and Raid. And it seems like there's a mirror from what we've seen earlier in terms of map and modes.
Yeah, I mean, it is a mirror that what we've seen so far, and when it comes to that Takeoff, it really is impressive to see how well Savage Huntsman actually played this up against 4S KINCAID the last time that they were here, the only time that they were able to clinch a win in that particular series in day number 3. And so it is a complete mirror of what we've seen. Meltdown is also going to be in the play here, and it looks like for Savage Huntsman, it is going to favor them a little bit, the map selections that we have here.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of Takeoff, they were able to go take a point against Forest KINCAID, and this is like, it's not really that close. It's 250 to 127 the points, and that was Savage Huntsman who was able to take advantage of that. Now, the Search and Destroy, though, it's Meltdown. So we've seen Spender in there, went against BB Sage on a 1-7 in the point line and score line. And though Pino is the ones who was MVP, but 6 on the KDA is not so much to put up against PV Sage, and we saw them earlier as well. So that's just the difference, the huge difference that we are seeing from teams out here, thus making it for the hopefuls out there who's watching to be able to qualify and probably do their best as well to get in. But let's see if that is the case this time. Spender hoping that they can show their best against Savage Huntsman as they started off in this Takeoff hardcore.
Yes, and definitely we've already seen this map being played. It is essential to get those high access points, knowing very well that you can put your ARs there, or even if you're going to be playing that sniper role, you can definitely eliminate a lot of players that are trying to go inside of the hill, especially with how open P1 could actually be. And every time that we play here, P1 is most likely going to be contested. It is going to be the Huntsmen that are trying to get the better of the inside of the hill, but pretty much so, Spender is actually still very much into the game. They're still winning a lot of the gunfights outside, but it is going to be Huntsmen that are trying to create that wall, especially with that player number 3 that is trying to flush out everyone with the LK-24. That's Travsh.
Yeah, and that's Travsh right now, and it's a good hold being done by Spender right now as they clear off that P1. 12 seconds remaining though, and this might be one that can be given by Savage Huntsman as they are preparing on that P2. They have 18 points against the 8 that Spender already has, and as a cleanup by Zen being done on one side of the stairs and the Hunter Killer drone as well, no one, or probably not so much, a push will be done, and Zen is just trying to cut off all the approach from this side. Oh, early!
What?
early on the execution. We're not even towards the end, and they are really showing off.
I mean, can I just say, I'm just going to give a shout out to our observers, the fact that you were able to spot that early into this game where you literally have 10 screens to look at. Props to you, man. I mean, that is just amazing. This is just Huntsmen trying to be having a good time, and I love to see that. We're for sure going to see that again in the highlight reel. But there you go. Huntsmen able to secure this P2. Not just that, they also have spawn control as well. You already know in that rotation, the first 20 seconds is going to be essential for you to go and set up, have that objective control, have that spawn control. But as 15 seconds left, it is going to be Pino trying to be that last lifeline to try and go and contest. But they are trying to set their sights on the next set of rotations instead.
Yeah, in early rotation being done by Spender at this point, and Freddy might be the ones that will break them up, but the one has been taken out. It is Chelop or Purge C, Savior right now going in, sees one in the corner, but a follow-up pulls him down, and still Spender was able to grab a hold of this hill, and let's see on what push can be done by Savage Huntsman. Savior is the ones doing that as well, together with Trav, and they grab a hold. 40 seconds remaining for this hill, and they are very close to that 100 mark.
Operators are out right now for the Huntsmen. They were able to expend 4 already in this hill. Pretty much overkill when it comes to this P3. And now they're trying to win a lot of the gunfights from within the hard point. There's no rotation being done quite yet, as there's still 20 seconds left on the point, and everyone else from Spender is just struggling to find these kills and just win these gunfights. But finally, we do get to see signs of life as the rotation for next. Again, we've already seen Spender go for early rotations, but they're just not able to sustain it, especially with the firepower that Huntsman just brings.
And also with the spawns that they are pulling out right now, it's not really favoring them, especially with the early rotations that we just saw right there. It's more of a Savage Huntsman who are stepping onto the hill, controlling those spawns and anchoring those spawns as well, so that it will favor them. And as you can see, Spender spawning on like spread across that area. And with this, it will be difficult for them to gather up, to master up everyone to go for the push. And Freddy right now missing all of those potential elimination. The Savior says, says nothing so much, because he will be able to go grab a hold on this. And regardless of how he spins, Zen right now just goes in for the slate. 20 already for this guy. And not only that, all of the team members of Savage Huntsman is already above 15 at this point.
I mean, all Huntsman has to do is just to throw bodies inside of the hill, and they can be winning this hill. So we've already seen that. When it comes to the map control, they do have a few players trying to kind of control the spawn area. But at this point, Huntsman can definitely just outslay, outgun the rest of the Spender players that are trying to flush in. And so far, that even though Spender's going to be spawning right close, they're just having such a difficult time at winning majority of this gunfights. And so far, scoreline already pretty much far away, 154-16. And what Spender needs to do is to stop going in there 1v1, because what you can see right now, especially in this hill, a lot of the time Spender's gonna be left with those 1v1, 1v2 situations that you shouldn't be going up against.
Exactly, and they need to find a good backup system, as well as they can go in for probably 2 or 3 on each approach, and one will be in there just behind to follow it up. But that is not happening at this point. It's more of a Savage Huntsman who's pulling that out, and they are very, very close to reach that 200 mark. And 174-21 right now with 20 seconds to spare. And as you can see, that's just going favoring Savage Huntsman. They don't want to let go of that hill, but from that initial moment, probably a few seconds wherein it had been taken advantage by Spender, they have let it go and given it up for the Spender, or for the yellow team. Now, initial approach onto that P2 right now, but it will be done by only one player. It is Jimbo.
Huntsman kind of overextends on the right side of the map, but I mean, it doesn't matter because Jimbo's just has the equalizer, and even though that they lost the more favorable spawn, they had the operator to just kind of stop the push, and he was pretty much knowledgeable where everyone else from Spender is going to be spawning off to, but he's finally been denied. Pino brings out the War Machine, helping out the rest of his teammates to try and go in there for the push, but he will be met by another player from HUNTSMEN, and essentially that War Machine not going to be able to sustain and get majority of the points, and even though he was getting pretty impressive kills, not able to get this hard point.
Yep, Trap right now just rushing in, trying to create that opening later on once they have seen the sights of Spender. And even with the 1 or 2 players in here onto the hill, there's not so much of contention. And this is just Jimbo's doing his thing. 24 already on the slays. Chelop on the other hand is able to take down a few. Malaya OP clears it up, but has been taken down by Derp, who holds that Locust Electron from afar. And this is a good chance for him really to wear that sniper, because there's so much of opening for him and probably a good power position as well to hold.
Oh, but then one player from Spender is actually going to be spawning. He'd be gifted with a generator spawns and able to kind of touch it just a tiny bit. Everyone else from his team is going to be right there for the backup as well. A back and forth that we love to see, but Zen just denies that. And even though that COD was able to give Spender a little bit of an upper hand, they're not able to sustain it. But Purge C trying to get that Annihilator kill denied at the same time. And Zen still on a roll. 7 consecutive kills to his name. Hunter Killer Drone and also Pretty to play with. And he's just being so pesky here. War Machine, no, Death Machine rather, actually going to be able to bring just the absolute firepower here. And he's just stopping the push.
8 on the spree for this guy. Zen, can someone put him down? But I don't think that will be happening. Oh, it did. It is Jiraiya's son in there, and Trap bows it up. But still, the points is already over. It's done and dusted with the final seconds put down to play. Savage Huntsman takes that win. And as you can see, Zen, despite of how well he did, like, he's so zen at the moment.
Gonna say, dude, like, look at him. He's just chilling, literally as if he just did nothing. It's like another day here in the park. I'm pretty chill. I'm zen. And now a very good win from the HUNTSMEN. On the side of Spender, they haven't gone past 53 points in hardpoint. So it's pretty much difficult to see these score lines, and usually when stuff like this happens, when it's a far score line, it's just once or twice, but we see it every single time that they play hardpoint, and this is a trend that keeps happening, and the same case is going to be right here. You can see how far away the points and the skill gap here is in this hardpoint matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Spenders is, well, if they want to like pursue this in a long term, and hopefully this experience can be a motivation for them despite of them losing. Again, it's you wouldn't really appreciate triumph unless you lose a few. So probably this is the chance of Spender to start losing a few of those games, and later on, if they are triumphant in their goal to being part of the lineup of teams who will be in here or who has already been in here in the competitive scene, then this is a good way for them to look back at this is how we are before and this is how we are now if they like when they improve. But that is probably not really a long time, but probably set for next season. Right now, it's 250 to 51 for the scoreline for the side of Savage Huntsman against Spender for that takeoff hardpoint.
And now we're setting our sights here for Meltdown, where both of these teams have already played it, but both of these teams have lost it as well. But granted, Savage Huntsman actually went up against SKADI, and we've already seen how well they really perform in S&D in general. It was a 4-7 affair, and so they were trying to bring up the heat, but unfortunately for them, not able to kind of close out that game. On the other hand, Spender lost it 7-1 up against PV Sage in that first day. So both of these teams have played it in the first day, so it's been quite a while since they've last played this map here in this competition, but I'm hoping that they've scrimmed enough and prepared enough, especially for the side of Spender, to rank up the points, because what we saw a while ago in that hard point, there is just no there's no adjustment whatsoever. We don't, when it comes to these teams, right, who are new, there's a little bit more pressure for you to perform because you're going up against teams that have been doing this for such a long time. So that's also double the pressure for you to study even more. We've already talked to SKADI a while ago. How did you prepare for this tournament? And they said, we worked hard. We scrimmed. We made sure to scrim twice a day. We make sure to do VOD review and even watch videos from not even our region, but global as well. And so we need to see teams like Spender to up the ante, study even thrice 4 times as hard to make up for lost time. And what we've seen already in that takeoff hardpoint, something is not translating when it comes to their gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not that everyone is doing the same thing as SKADI is, and that has been mentioned already, even previously. I think AJ was able to get a few of those insights from some of the teams, specifically those from the Malaysia side, and not so much of scrimming is being done. So hopefully that is different this time around, as the Malaysian teams are fighting it off and also in a way to go in for a great battle, but quick trade-off from both sides, and as quickly as that, it's down to a 3v3. Trav was able to go for another one against Ali, and it's now a 2v3 situation. Zen pulls out the R9, chases one guy, and as quickly as that, 1 point goes to Savage Huntsman.
It really was a good situation to be in if you were a Spender. They were able to get the first blood, the first engagements. There were trades. They read that it would be a fast A push. But what they didn't consider was Zen when it comes to the shotgun, the R9 being so pesky. And they need to find the same kind of case here. And now, Spender, on the other hand, is still having majority of their people here. Zen gets one, but then gets traded out as Jimbo's with the R9 in hand as well. Able to get rid of those 2 players, essential for their team. And now Jimbo's able to get that 3K, and that's 2 on the board for the Huntsmen.
2 on the board, and Jimbo's is the guy who got 4 already, not giving all of the players for the side of Savage Huntsman doesn't want to give any of the elimination for Savior. So, well, let's see if Savior will be going for the plant first or probably elimination. It's more of a what story is being unfolded this time. Jimbo's going in for the flank, and Chelop or Purge C might be the one, but Zen goes in for a double, and let's see on what more damage can be done. Purge C right now taking a peek. Oh, Jimbo's going in for the execution. Misses that chance, but goes in for that R9. A backstab literally could have been happening in there.
Oh, what are we watching, man? This is the type of things that you see on Twitter that just goes trending. All right, this is the type of gameplay that we see here in Garena Masters. But this we like to see. A different kind of look coming in from the Huntsmen this time around as they go in there for that B hit. Will be met by absolutely no one from Spender as they're trying to stack that A site. And now as they realize it, Jiraiya accidentally takes himself out. At this point, Spender is their biggest enemy. It's themselves.
It looks like it. They're the ones who's damaging their players, and as you can see the rotation being done by the Huntsman, they went in for a full rotation from Bravo to Alpha just to trick them in going in there, and Purge C doesn't like what's happening. He's going for a double elimination, but a backstab coming from Savior tries to balance it off. 2v2 right now as Savior is still wearing that R9, but is unexpected of what's behind him, but Derp sees one leak. And it is a 1v2. Malaya OP, panic in hand, slowly moving in, and will just be waiting for an opportunity for him. But as you can see, Malaya OP is laughing a little bit. Derp takes the L car and puts him down 4-0 right now for the Savage Huntsman.
Wow, I haven't seen that rotation in so long. I need to see it some more. And there you go. I mean, Spender was able to, equalize it, especially with C getting those 2 essential kills. But man, Huntsman is just playing around in this game. Fast push coming in from Alpha from both of these teams. But Huntsman are going to be smoked out just a tiny bit. And Zen able to try and get these kills. Gets the 3rd, gets the 4th. And a fast push yet again from the Huntsman. And very much aggressive into this A hit. And look at Zen. He's just happy. Happy to be here, happy to play. Man, they're on a speed run.
This is the first time, I believe, that I saw Zen broke his Zen. Because he was smiling. He's not that serious. He's not that like poker face anymore. But I guess I love seeing players going in enjoying, and I guess the same goes. Oh, Jimbos for the execution. No elimination. The first blood has been brought in with that execution, and Jimbos is the guy who did it. Let's see if that can be followed up. Will everyone be trying to go for that execution? But no, not Zen. He wants to go for elimination, and we are left with only Pino. Xavier right now trying to chase him down. R9 in hand, and this might be the corner savior. Takes down Pino, and it is now match point for Savage Huntsman.
What is happening, man? Like this, I mean, I guess it's my first time casting like Garena Masters 5, so that's why I'm just like, these executions, man. But rewatching the VOD before this day, there were so many executions happening, so I don't know if this is like a regular thing. I guess so. I've been seeing it a lot on Twitter, but I didn't expect it to be happening here in this halfway point. And there you go. As we get to see that Spender's going to be on the attacking side, we do get to see that they're responding well, but just as I said that, Pino able to get a double for himself, equalizes for his team. A 2v2 situation, but Bomb is gonna go down.
Bomb is down and needs to be picked up. Purge C or Chelop is just taking a peek from both sides, waiting for anyone who's rushing in. And it's a good thing that Spender just like slow down the pace. But as you can see, the position of both Derp and Zen, they're trying to cut off the approach towards that bomb, and anyone who peeks in might be the victim of this trap. So Pino is just trying to peek in, and no one will be seen just yet. Derp almost was able to go for that pick, and Derp takes down Pino and Chase Zen for that punch, and it is done and dusted. 7-0. Savage Huntsman being savage in this game.
What are we watching, man? It's just like an execution. It's our like the punching gloves are out. It's just looking like it's a fighting game instead of an FPS game at this point, my dude. I mean, are we watching Tekken? It's a Street Fighter. I love it though. I mean, the gloves are out, everything. All you need to, I think we're just gonna have to call in Coach Pika to cast with us, because at this point this is already Tekken. But there you go, beautiful game by Savage Huntsman. And I mean, when it comes to the side of Spender, it just goes to show that there's just so much more polishing that needs to be done on their end. But again, valiant effort on their side to try not to be executed every single round.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time that we saw an execution. It's either midway or from the start of the match. Most of the execution is being done when there's only one guy remaining, and that's towards the end of Search and Destroy. So it's good to see that Savage Huntsman as well as Spender is can bring in a lot of enjoyable gameplay and game style as well. And Savage Huntsman is looking to find their first 3-0. Started with 2 already in the series, and well, 7-0. It's a good run for them, but I don't think there's so much effort being there's not so much effort being done by Savage Huntsman. They're just enjoying this game and playing it as they smile.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, the Huntsmen already went through the 2 most difficult teams in their first 2 days. Like we already mentioned a while ago, at this point, they should be good to go. And that would be scary for the next teams that are trying to clinch that 3rd and 4th spot. But before we talk about those other teams, we still have Control to play with. And before we head on over to Control, let's take a look at what happened in through that hard point, and especially here in this S&D. 250 and 51 was a scoreline in Takeoff hard point, where it was just so far away. The disparity is just so far. And Meltdown as well. You get to see that 7-0. And so this is just free points coming in from the Huntsmen. And now we're going to see things here in Raid and try to see what will unravel at this point.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if anything will be unraveled or a lot more of execution can be pulled off. Again, one thing I'm hoping for is Spender is enjoying the game as much as we are enjoying watching it, and like Savage Huntsman are enjoying pulling all those tricks on them. But again, by the end of the day, it's like these teams coming from the same region, I guess they have a lot of conversation that has been done before this match and probably a lot more after this match. And this is a good chance for them to learn, for the side of Spender, to learn more into this battle. And also for the viewers out there, that you will be able to jump into the group stages, but there's a lot of effort that's needed. As we heard from SKADI earlier, from mids, wherein there's a lot of effort, a lot of homework, and you need to a lot of time as well in practicing and scrimming and matches, or to prepare for matches just like this.
And speaking of preparation, both of these teams needed to prepare very much for raid control, because they haven't really they don't have a good stat line here at all. I mean, for Savage Huntsmen, yes, they went up against more difficult teams, so they did lose this up against SKADI. It was an 0-3, and the same case will be for Spender, where they've played raid twice already, but they've lost it every single time, again to SKADI as well, and the other being against PV Sage. So let's see how the Huntsmen have kind of, changed their game a little bit when it comes to control, because so far this is their worst game mode, and that's where they kind of lost up against 4S KINCAID. It was very close. It was a 2-3, but also in Crossroads. So again, this is more of Huntsman's game to lose, because they need the points down. At this point, Spender, like we keep mentioning, they are still pretty much in the oven. They're still trying to cook, and at this point, the question is, will the Huntsmen secure this and possibly bring it down into a 3-0?
Yeah, that is what we're seeing, but it is looking like, with that initial elimination being done right now against the Spender, or against the Huntsman though, it is Spender who's doing quite well in the elimination department. 26-28 right now, only 2 lives being lost per side of the Spenders, and they are also going for the capture on that Bravo. One guy, Pino, is the only one tested in there, but will be put it down. And Alik right now, good angle for him to hold, but Trav takes advantage of the position that they have to take down to. Alik right now tries to chase him down, but Derp sees it through the scopes.
And there you go. When it comes to trying to draw the line in the sand, Huntsman able to control that mid gate as well. So they are winning majority of the gunfights, just denying Spender to go even close into that Bravo side. But it is still pretty much evened out when it comes to the life count. Only 2 in between them. But with 35 seconds left on the clock, that should apply a lot more pressure in through Spender when they don't have any kind of map control whatsoever. As Huntsman still getting that mid control, they need to get rid of Savior.
Yeah, Savior is the guy who's already 4 on the oven as he gets in, being taken down. But they are almost was able to successfully trigger a spawn trap, and Zen right now also trying to start the same. Woo, a slide against Pino, but Pino was taken down with only 5 remaining. 5 left in terms of lives and 2 seconds in terms of time. It has been stopped in there with only 2 seconds to spare, but Trav is just hunting for the 2 remaining, and Jiraiya-san will be able to spot him and put him down. But is this enough for the team of Spender survive? That says a no, as Savage Huntsman just put him down in the final second.
It really was that lack of mid presence from Spender was the biggest reason, because for the majority of that first round, the lives were pretty much even on the count. It's just Spender could not escape their spawn. And Huntsmen, they did a phenomenal job at having those chokeholds down to the T. And now as we're going in for that second round, it is the Huntsmen that are trying to go in there for a fast push into Kitchen, and they will be greeted by absolutely no one. There is one player that is close, and that's going to be Malayu.
Yeah, Layo P is in there, was able to take 1 down. But as you can see, it is Savior who's just controlling the spawn on there, as well as Zen, who's just holding that front of the Alpha. And trying to peek in will be detrimental for them to be able to take them down one at a time. But Zen needs to be taken down, otherwise they will not be able to cross it. And that is what they did. Alpha almost being taken with 2 already onto those sticks, and the final moment might be done by this guy called Jimbos, as he's still into the point.
Pino, though, might be able to deal a little bit of damage up here in through top bedroom, and so far able to kind of just clear out his presence. But with A being captured already, with just how many lives in between them, it was 7, but it is going to be dwindled down just a tiny bit, as Huntsman is going to be bringing out their operator skills. And now, so far, they're trying to go in there for that spawn trap. And even though we did get to see that Pino in a really good position a while ago, not able to get as much kills and stop that A push. And now Huntsmen trying to put their sights on that Bravo side now.
Yeah, 2v2 right now in Bravo, and Laundry is being held, but Jimbo's has been taken down with the leaks cross with Greek Sparrow, and 3 lives remaining for the side of Spender. It's a good thing a leak was able to take a step into this hill so that he'll be able to stop anyone approaching, but how much can he put out? No backup is happening, and there goes the final life. Another point goes for the Savage Huntsman.
I mean, a different look coming in from the Huntsman, and that also just gives you a little bit of an insight to Spender, where they always leave that mid open, where the Huntsman is able to use that to their advantage, and that also happened that time around. That kitchen control is so essential into capturing that alpha side and also defending it. C, on the other hand, tries to go in there for the kills with the Annihilator, but is going to be stopped when it comes to those flashes. He will be spotted out and does not get anyone. Annihilator wasted.
Annihilator is wasted, and same as Lives, as they had an opportunity to capture that Bravo, but it has been averted. That has been stopped by Xavier right here. Zen, together with Xavier, is just rushing in, trying to trigger that spawn trap, and this guy might be able to get away. Jiraiya-san has been put down. Now, all angles already covered by 2 members from Savage Huntsman. Pretty as well, doing a lot of damage against Alec and Pino in 1724, not looking very, very good. But Jimbo's with Milayo OP on that equalizer might be the guy who cleared it up, but the backstab coming from Travis is just a 1 away from another triggering of this spawn trap.
Ooh, Zen almost gets that 3rd kill, almost able to get rid of that last player on through that B side, and that should allow Spender to just have that Bravo hold and very much slow into that rotation there, making sure that the rest of his teammates is right there for the backup. And so far, it is going to be Purge having that signs of life, and also Spender as well, having just only 5 lives in between them. 25 seconds left on the clock is still very much a lot of time for them to try and secure this Bravo flag. So far in this control, we haven't seen Spender get a progress whatsoever into both flags, but finally it seems like it's going to be the case. But Zen is going to be making himself known right there, but that B objective is going to be secured for Spender.
Yep, with 7 remaining, they have plenty of chance to go for that alpha. Probably plan a good approach so that they will not be losing anymore, but it's not happening as Zen is already prowling in there from this side, but obviously staying being taken down, and a good chance that he will be rushed. A backstab against Zen with that pistol coming from C, and Crab right now, claws in hand, will try to go for the bedrooms, but C has not been spotted for the hit just yet. 3 lives remaining, make that 1 life remaining, and Trav might be the guy who takes him down. But no, Pino has been hit by Derp on the snipe, and 3-0 Savage Huntsman gets it also in a 3-0.
I mean, the Huntsmen are just having a blast in this series, and when it comes to Spender, they are staying true to their statistic. 3-0 in raid is still going to be a 3-0 here in this series. I mean, an 0-3 rather on their end. But for Huntsmen, they finally found the formula, or maybe it's because they're up against Spender to win this raid. Because so far they did everything right. I mean, they played mid very well every time, every single round that we've had. Not just that, Zen is just doing high impact kills as well. Xavier, on the other hand, is going to be the leader of the pack, being that MVP, 22 kills to his name. On the other side of things, we saw Milayu just do pretty big gunfights on his end as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that both teams put out a lot of effort. Not so much of trolling really happening in this game. Probably it's because they really need to understand how to work their strats to their favor. Because as you mentioned, like for the side, especially for the side of Savage Huntsman, this is not their best map and mode. Not only for this season, but even from the previous season, wherein control is really struggle for Savage Huntsman. So, you know, despite of who they're against, they need to pull out a lot and understand how can they make their tactics more concrete. And with the scoreline, it's 3-0, but with the life that we saw in there, it's still not polished for the side of Savage Huntsman. There's a lot more that they need to correct, and this might be a chance for them to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they're able to get this win translated into even more wins later on.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the gameplay right now, Savage Huntsmen, they're pretty much prepped. They've like what we keep saying already is they've had a very difficult first 2 days into this competition, but looking like in day 3 they finally found their footing. Here in day 4, it seems like they're just doing better and better, and you can see it on the scoreboard as well. 250 and 51 is going to be your scoreline for Takeoff Hardpoint, 7-0 for Meltdown S&D, 3-0 for Raid Control. It doesn't get better than that. Huntsmen seem like they're finally primed. They're in position. But the question is, will they be able to get the same scoreline with the teams that are trying to vie for that 3rd and 4th spot? That is the biggest question here. And I feel like we'll get a little bit more of an answer later on once we do get to see ZHIG ZHAG up against 4 Suits Esports, where 4 Suits is just very much clinching into that 4th spot. Will try as much as they can to be part of the playoffs.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to do so. And in a bit, we're going to see the highlights as well. Hopefully, all those execution will be in the highlights. And I love to put that in the interview later on because that has, like, we asked that earlier as well. But it's more of what's like the switch from the trolling part from Search and Destroy to a serious part, and I could say it's quite serious for the side of Savage Huntsman onto that control mode. And I was just assuming that they're preparing for the upcoming battles, but I want to hear from them if that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a very big question mark how Huntsmen can be able to kind of prepare themselves for the next few matches that they have, because it will be essential. They're going up against pretty difficult teams, in my opinion, because so far, yes, they've gone up against SKADI, ZHIG ZHAG, but they also have to worry about a team like LVX and also 4 Suits Esports, where they're very much in the running of being in through that 3rd and 4th spot. So for the Huntsmen, they're still not in the clear yet, but obviously this is a really important win for them. Spender, like what I keep saying, they're pretty much trying to get the experience, as much experience as they can, just in case on the next time they definitely want to join again when it comes to stage 3. But like what we already mentioned before is that even being part of this tournament is still very much a well-deserved W on their end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can qualify in a tournament just like this, wherein we've seen a lot of teams tried and failed, then it's already a win for their side. But, well, guess it's Zen right now who will be our MVP. Not only did he show great performance in the hard point, also in Search and Destroy, this guy really is always mostly focused into the game compared to the other players. Does Zen really deserves this MVP title? 2.73 on a KD and 23.67 an average kill. That's a lot of effort as well as output coming from this guy named Zen.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how well he played a while ago in that S&D. He was just having fun. The R9 in hand is definitely going to be very pesky, especially in a map like Meltdown on that A side, where it can just turn backwards for the team that will be met by that R9. Not just that, I mean, you can go through boilers, and to have a very talented shotgun in your team in this meta is definitely going to be really important. And we see different teams from different regions also sporting the same gun and just having similar angles being played as well. And so it's nice to see Zen finally having 23k, and also we've seen already in the player cams how much fun he was actually having in this entire series.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if that might be the first time that I saw Zen really showing himself having fun. Probably he was thinking that he was not on camera. I don't know. Hopefully he's the guy who will be interviewing later on. But again, I'm really excited to what's going to happen up next for Savage Huntsman. There's a good start for them to really move up a little bit after all the struggles that they have in the initial part of this competition. And well, at some point, if you don't have that breathing space from the start, it is cramping. It will demotivate you. So hopefully Savage Huntsman hasn't lost that motivation just yet to bring it to a different level in upcoming matches.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the interviews, like, because we definitely are waiting for that interview later on for the Savage Huntsman, is a question of, we already brought it up a while ago, it's a question of how well have they prepared going into this competition. It's something that we ask teams like SKADI, teams like BBC, where they're pretty much up there when it comes to the skill level. It's just a matter of polishing it up, especially when you're going up against a team like Smart Omega, WPM Low Kings, EZR, and also for ZHIG ZHAG as well. And it's a question of, are they confident enough in their team chemistry? Because we've seen multiple, people being replaced in this team of the Huntsmen that are trying to just make it into the top. But just as we said that, there will be no interview. Production just told us that there will be no interview. So we're just going to assume things from this point until the next time we're going to be interviewing them. So I'm going to look forward to an interview next time. That means the Huntsman will win, because I have some questions and I need some answers. But yeah, a lot of things to look forward to when it comes to this team, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, like that. If you could manifestation of the Huntsman really getting a huge win in the next match that they have, because they really need that. And we don't want Savage Huntsman to be laid off that easily in this game. They've been in here for the longest time compared to the other teams that we've seen so far. But well, it is what it is. Currently, we have another confirmation that they have no interview. So I guess, well, we're going to go for a quick break right now. When we return, we're going to see the final matchup on this day, and we are going to back for a quick break. So see you later.
We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile awaiting. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
Welcome back to the Garena Masters 5, where we do get to see these three teams battle it out already, and we're waiting for just one more. So 3 different series, 6 different teams, and now we're down into these last 2. We have ZHIG ZHAG, 4 Suits Esports, trying to close out our day. It's your girl Beef Mommy, and with me today is going to be Neptune, where we've been bringing the action for, since what time is it? Oh, we're so early, dude. Everything is just like almost 3-0. We only had like a 2-1 a while ago, but wow, everyone is speed running today, my dude.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And well, it's just that day when we thought that it's quite balanced for some of the teams, but we saw how tipped it is to one favor, to one team favoring the other team. And well, it's dependent on who they are fighting against. Despite of the numbers, despite of the record that they have, it changes when the opponents change as well. So let's see if there's a chance for ZHIG ZHAG to show another 3-0, or probably 4 Suits Esports really want to maintain that number 4 spot, because they are on the running to be kicked off from that spot, especially as some of the teams are getting a lot more in terms of numbers, like 3-0s.
Yeah, I mean, today I feel like there's a disparity when it comes to the matches, just because we thought that it could have been close when it comes to LVX and SKADI, but unfortunately LVX just kind of had a difficult time, and it was a little bit close, like we mentioned already. It could have been close, but they weren't able to close out a lot of the situations. So looking at Savage Huntsman and Spender just a while ago, definitely a very far off match. But let's see what we have next for our series, because we do have one more game left. ZHIG ZHAG versus 4 Suits Esports to close out the day. And like what you've seen already on your screen, predominantly 3-0s. But a while ago, we do get to see that PV Sage was able to clinch at least one map off of 4S KINCAID.
Yeah, and between these two teams, ZHIG ZHAG and 4 Suits Esports, 4 Suits Esports has well, not so much of a good running from some of the games, and well, they need to make do with what they have right now. Going against ZHIG ZHAG, this might feel like another battle that Savage Huntsman went in before, wherein they were swept in there on 3-0. Probably it might be a different 4 Suits Esports right now. Now let's see who will be on the members of the team between or on the both of ZHIG ZHAG and 4 Suits Esports. And compared to the other series that we've seen, this is the ones that goes region against region. Incendio, Irfan J, FDX, Bingo, Shut Up, and Skurd representing ZHIG ZHAG in this lineup.
I mean, this is a team, I'm pretty sure you guys have been hyping it up every single time. It's already our 7th day of group stage, with how impressive the turnaround was for ZHIG ZHAG, because in Almighty, yes, they lost Heaven, they included Bingo into the lineup, and having Skurd and FDX in their team, former teammates, is definitely a huge deal on their end to fight, just have those firepower right there. And also for Bingo, we already saw that he was pretty much an experiment back in CDSI, but it seems like he's a pretty good piece to the puzzle when it comes to this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that they were able to test him out on CDSI, find out as well. Probably there's a lot more deeper in terms of perspective why Bingo has joined them in Garena Masters. But again, I love how rosters are working for them, or re-rosters are working for them, because at some point some of those re-rostering, and similar to what we've seen from Savage Huntsman, at some point didn't work for them, and they're still finding that chemistry. But for this one, it is 4 Suits Esports. We have Chari, Aski, Josh, Omo, Baki, and Vince representing this team.
Here we go. We do get to see 4 Suits Esports, where they're going to be in the middle of the pack. We love to see a new type of team just emerge from the ashes. And we have Chari, Aski, Josh, Omo, Baki, and Bins trying to make a name for themselves here in this particular region. Because for Garena, we've seen so many good teams just randomly pop out of nowhere, right? We saw it in the form of Low Kings. Now they're absolutely amazing, regarded as possibly the #1 team right now in our region. And for us to have such a good type of tournament format that they have a lot of days to play with, that's a lot of experience. You're going up against top teams and you're learning, you're scrimming up against each other. That is something that Four Suits Esports absolutely needs.
Yeah, I mean, they need that indeed. And from what we're seeing, I mean, it's Josh who's doing a lot of pop up. We're in from the previous season. If I'm not mistaken, Chari is the ones who's doing most of the work. So this is how spread the talents of Forces Esports are. A few of the members can pop off in one of the games, especially in a search and destroy. But again, we've seen so much did that. And well, a lot more can be seen this time for this map and mode. Takeoff is not part of our hard point. It is now Hacienda. We're in this is the first time today that we are going to see this into that hard point map. Firing range though has made it from the previous matches that we've seen, as well as Crossroads. So Hacienda is the only thing that changes in this series.
Yeah, I mean, Hacienda is definitely going to be a map that will be very difficult because of how big it is. Your rotations need to be absolutely crispy. And ZHIG ZHAG hasn't played Hacienda yet here, but they are no strangers into playing this game in general. Four Suits Esports, on the other hand, was able to play this up against LVX, but it was very, very close. 250 and 241 was the scoreline, so I'm pretty sure Four Suits Esports could be able to bring it very close here in Hacienda.
Yeah, let's see on how close they can bring this on. And again, there's numbers are in here to guide everyone on what's happening. But at some point, if the team changes their ways, changes their strats, all match after match, day after day, it might be broken. Probably it can carry through. But we'll have to see if this is a chance for Four Suits Esports really to take one off the point against ZHIG ZHAG. And well, looking forward to it, because Forces Esports, though they had a few losses already on their side, there is still a good running for them compared to the other teams that we've seen so far all throughout the day. So number 4 against the number 1 or number 2, because 2 teams are currently tied, but SKADI with a win earlier brings them to 1. So let's see on how this will end.
Yeah, I mean, with Four Suits, like just going back again with the map mode selection, back in that search and destroy firing range, the last time that they were there, the only time that they were there, it was up against SKADI. And you already know how good SKADI is when it comes to that map. We already saw it a while ago. And so it was a 7-2 affair.
Yeah.
Control, on the other hand, they also lost that Control raid, but fortunately for them, it is going to be in Crossroads Strike, where they've played it twice already, won it twice, so that is probably the best case scenario for them. Both of these teams are really, really good in Crossroads Strikes here in Control. But finally, we're going to be opening things up in Hardpoint, where I feel like it could be close if Four Suits Esports did their homework, if they watched the previous broadcast that ZHIG ZHAG were in. But the thing is, it's a completely different ZHIG ZHAG team, which we don't have any kind of information yet when it comes to how they're going to be playing this Hacienda in this new roster.
Yeah, exactly. And if in case, will they be playing it to their all with their all? Because at some point we've seen some of the teams right now, especially if they have a hint that they can take it easy in this game, they will not be showing all the strats they have. So is this the full power of ZHIG ZHAG against Four Suits Esports? Hopefully Four Suits Esports can pull out that game, that perspective for the side of ZHIG ZHAG, especially as we started off onto this hard point. P1 right now is already being approached by both of the teams, and good rotations being done on the second floor is my chance for Four Suits Esports to start it off.
And here we go. We do get to see that Four Suits already having a clinch when it comes to that P1. They also have a hold of 2F as well, but they don't have a pretty solid hold in it. So far, though, Chari able to win an essential gunfight, and they still have a pretty much good control here. And you do get to see that ZHIG ZHAG just kind of being slow when it comes to funneling out everyone. They want to make sure that it is going to be cleared out so they have a little bit more points down here. And finally, ZHIG ZHAG able to touch P1.
Yeah, and they are now getting a few more points their side. I guess they already gauge how much effort Four Suits Esports is pulling out in this match. Thus, ZHIG ZHAG will be doubling or probably pulling out the same number of effort for them. But FDX right now a little bit too far, a little bit too deep right here. But that is in preparation for that P2. 24-21, not very far in terms of point, but FDX has been taken down right here with 3 members of 4S already waiting, but with one guy, it's Irfan J, who just stuck in there, waited for the rest of the team of ZHIG ZHAG, managed to hold his ground, and there's no contention just yet, apart from those coming in from the side.
This was a huge gunfight to be won by FDX because he was the lone player that was here in P2, was met by 3 players of 4S. And now that is going to be a really big gunfight to be won because he only got 1 kill, yes, but he was able to kind of delay the push, and essentially his teammate was there for the backup, essentially winning this particular hill. And now for 4S Kings, I mean, they're kind of spread out. They could go in there for the pinch, but at the same time, they're going to be met by so much gunfire right now by ZHIG ZHAG.
Yeah, it's a good thing that we're not counting down lives because ZHIG ZHAG is putting a great hold on this hill. Imagine that's already 20 or 74, 75 already into this hill. When they started off, that was 23 from P1. So the effort is pretty much on all the time spent on them, and as they rotate early, they will, or as 4 Suits rotate early, they might be able to grab a hold, but as you can see on the rotation as well of ZHIG ZHAG, they don't want to give a point.
And the rotation already pretty much solid when it comes to ZHIG ZHAG. They have pretty good objective control. And when it comes to the spawn control, FDX has it locked down, especially with the Annihilator on hand. I only had to worry about that 1 player by Patio, and he is just on an absolute rampage. He's able to garner that Hunter-Killer drone as well to even secure that spawn even more. They didn't even need the spawn. They just need to have this guy just try to get rid of every single one of them here. Earns him a Predator missile, gets that information down, not able to get that kill, but it is still information given to ZHIG ZHAG.
Yeah, exactly. And FDX is a gate that you need to break down if you want to get a point on that
He's a
hill.
security guard.
Is the security guard. No ID, no entry.
No entry.
That is what FDX is showing right now. They don't have any ID. They don't have any identification for him. Thus, he's just pulling them down one at a time. As we can see, ZHIG ZHAG still manages to grab this next hill. They don't want to give any of the point. Irfan J with the equalizer, not seeing anyone. Not quite sure where he's headed, but he's not getting any point just yet.
Yeah, it really is that battle for office that is just absolutely essential. Irfan J wins it, but he is going to be denied by Baki really quickly. It is ZHIG ZHAG still with a pretty impressive hold. They do have a hold of that left side spawn. 4S on the other hand, they do have that right side. Still very doable, but what 4S needs is more of that mid presence to have a more 3-dimensional push, because so far they're only funneling through into that one side, and ZHIG ZHAG is very much knowledgeable of that push that's trying to stop that coming in from that office side.
Yeah, especially as we can see from Incendio, he knows the best timing to survive the battle. It's only on that moment that he has been taken down, but for the longest time, no one has put him down. Chara right now trying to get away from the gunfight coming from the stairs, but sees one as well. Good anticipation for him, but the takedown is not happening, and it is just ZHIG ZHAG going for the elimination. Not only that, for the points, another open P1 that has been brought in by ZHIG ZHAG, but this is a part of the plan for them. They want to take second floor. They want to clear it out before taking advantage of those rotations and getting all this in time. 162 to 37 is on the clock right now, as well as 34. It's more ZHIG ZHAG on this game.
I mean, another important point of contest is actually going to be on that P5 side where Rock is actually going to be at. we do see Irf and Jay trying to hold that site down, able to get those kills, able to stop that rotation coming in from that boat side area. And that's essentially the kind of setup that you really want if you are ZHIG ZHAG. They're getting majority of the points down here in through P1. They're very much patient when it comes to their engagements. And it is going to be that rotation for next that we saw FDX just absolutely shred. This time around, it is going to be shut up, trying to just stop the players from Flores trying to funnel in.
And Shut Up hasn't been taken out just yet. Stayed in there on Lambos. FDX trying to stop them. And with Annihilator has been taken down though, but has already put in the damage. Skirt follows it up with the Claw. Spawn Trap is being triggered, but it's a good thing that Force Suits will be able to pull out from that trap. But Incendio follows it up once again with another Operator. It's Operator against Operator. Whatever they have, they pull it up after one has failed. And this gives them the advantage, probably plenty more of time to get to a close. But with the time that we are seeing right now, it's not enough for them to reach at 250. It is going to be carried over next hill.
220 and 44 is going to be your scoreline. Scrap points already trying to kind of save a band-aid solution for 4S, but unfortunately for them, it's just ZHIG ZHAG is trying to soak up as much points as they can, as the next set of rotations doesn't need to have actual players right there for ZHIG ZHAG, just because the Predator missile just allows them to get those 2 kills. Not only that, but also allow them to spawn so much closer into P3.
They really understand how to control the spawns. They really understand how to control the opponent's spawns as well. Thus, they are taking advantage of that in this game. But only 9 points, 9 seconds remaining for the side of ZHIG ZHAG. This might be looking good for the side of Forsus Esports, but the pressure is still on them. And Skurd is one guy who is moving in the side. But good thing Omo was able to bear that War Machine. Unfortunate for him, he has been taken down with a trophy coming from Incendio.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to that, ZHIG ZHAG is just so good at utilizing their power positions, getting those kills. It's very efficient. They're not just rushing whatsoever. They're very much patient when it comes to their gameplay. And you can already see that they're taking this type of situation very much serious. And, oh, wow, the winner is ZHIG ZHAG. Yes, they are the winner for this hard point. Was this graphic here? It was, right? Or is it only at the very end of the series? I'm not quite sure.
I guess it should be towards the end of the series. We'll have to find out. Well, again, the winner of that hard point is ZHIG ZHAG. Let's see if there will be a few more matches that we're going to see, or probably that is the end. But I would say that this could have been the earliest, the quickest day that we have if that is the case. But looking at the scoreline right now, 250 to 52, and well, it's not different from what we've seen previously, but Forsus Esports, I mean, the effort is there, but not so much against ZHIG ZHAG, and we know how they are. They put out a lot of effort, they put a lot of seriousness this time around, thus the scoreline is that huge.
I feel like for Forsus Esports, they're just having a difficult time in kind of winning those gunfights in those power positions, or even just not being in those power positions in general, because we already saw a while ago, especially in that P5, where they were just going in there one by one and through the right side by Rock, going in from Boathouse, because they were spawning off by Boathouse. And we do get to see that ZHIG ZHAG was very much knowledgeable where everyone else was spawning off to. Mid was very much wide open. You already know that you need to find a way to capture mid as well, because you need to find a way to have a more three-dimensional push, get that pinch down, and also give ZHIG ZHAG a little bit of a harder time. But, I mean, it was just basically one-sided. They were just giving those kills away for free to ZHIG ZHAG. But as we're looking at what we have so far, Hacienda wasn't even close. 250 and 52 is going to be your scoreline. Next up, we do have firing range in through our S&D. We haven't seen ZHIG ZHAG play this just yet, but there are no strangers. There are definitely no strangers into firing range and S&D in general.
Yeah, I mean, especially with, well, the full lineup of ZHIG ZHAG really is a force to reckon with in terms of search and destroy. But in terms of numbers, especially in search and destroy, Skurd is the guy with highest average kill, close to 11 on the average kill and search and destroy. And for the side of Forsus Esports, it's pretty much the same for the name of Josh. So we have 2 out of 10 players that have the same in terms of damage capacity. It's more of how can they translate that together with the team to get the points as well as the win in Search and Destroy. I think I
Control. Yes, my mic was actually muted this entire
right.
time. Thank you so much. I was drinking water actually. We've been
okay.
talking for a long time and I didn't want the clanking of this one to be heard on the mic. But yeah, going back to the point of firing range, Search and Destroy is definitely something that a lot of these newer teams kind of depend on when it comes to getting that momentum back into their favor, just because you slow things down, you have a little bit more time to think, unlike in Hardpoint where things can just steamroll out of control. And usually you do get to see for more experienced teams, and even though they're having a difficult time in the beginning, they're able to bounce back. So that's something that Forsus Esports needs to kind of learn into the process of being one of these top tier teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at some point we see that, and you did mention that the first blood really doesn't translate, or most of the first blood doesn't translate to a win. So yes, you might have that initial slay, that initial frag, but it's depending on how you would react to the situation. And that is what the Titans have been doing. They really don't, like, I'm not saying that they have no regard of how many are on their team all throughout the match, but they can adjust, they can adapt and slow things down if needed, if in case they are in disadvantage. So let's see if that is the case from both of these teams. ZHIG ZHAG as well as Forsus Esports will be going in for this battle, firing range of Search and Destroy. And as we can see, ZHIG ZHAG are the attacker and the defenders are Forsus Esports. Let's see if this will be a fast game or a fast-paced game brought in by ZHIG ZHAG.
All right, here we go. We do get to see that the players from the attacking side, that's ZHIG ZHAG, will try to go in for a fast approach here as Incendio able to snipe out Omo. That does leave the trailer wide open. Irfan J definitely getting that kill is essential because they weren't sure if trailer was going to be fluffed out. And now Josh able to go in for the response, but Incendio yet again gets the trade.
Josh right now peeking in, just waiting for that perfect opportunity, but a 2v4 situation is not something that you want, but Scourge sees him through the window to the door. And let's see if that will be pulled out once again, but FDX knows otherwise. You cannot trick me just like that. And Irfan J sees one through that door, and Baki hits Incendio, but a trade-off by Irfan J himself brings a point to ZHIG ZHAG.
To the window! To the wall!
To the wall!
To the sweat drips down. I'm not going to finish that sentence.
Yeah,
You're
know.
Singing it in your head.
I know.
But, I mean, let's see what happens here. The response was pretty good, especially with, you know, Josh just absolutely shredding that trailer side. Now they're very much knowledgeable that it could be a fast hit yet again in through Alpha. This time around, Forsus still going to be putting those 2 players in through trailer. They need to be careful because those were the 2 players. I mean, 2 players already were done pretty much early on in for that first round for Forsus, and right now they're doing a really good job at just remaining quiet. Omo on the other hand will be spotting 1 player and is able to get rid of Shut Up.
Shut Up has been taken out. Incendio responds towards Omo. It's now back to a balanced battle. 4v4 situation. FDX is a good chance to go for the hit, but Irfan J hits Aski in the process. Josh on the other hand backs off onto that Bravo, and probably good rotation for them is to take advantage of what they have, but there's a sudden pause from everyone else. Baki has been taken down by Incendio as he's just proning, waiting for that opportunity.
That is the hit that ZHIG ZHAG was waiting for, and that will allow them to go in there for that bomb plant, possibly. 44 seconds left on the clock. Incendio yet again responds, and this guy is just so nasty with the scope. And he has been the wild card here, just applying so much pressure here through mid. And how many kills did he get there? I feel like he has at the very least 3 and very much high impact. As you see there, ZHIG ZHAG was able to slow things down, and even though that they only had a 1 life advantage, it doesn't matter because it could go down very much quickly if 4S was getting their shots down. So far, same look. It will be a smoked out mid, and Josh able to get that first blood.
First blood indeed, and probably a second, but no, Irfan J just rushes through, and they will take advantage of this rotation, taking Aski in the process as well. So they move towards that Bravo and probably moves back. Let's see if Incendio takes down Baki into that hit. It is now a 2v4 once again. Another stall, another standoff being put down, waiting for the movement of Forsus Esports. And shut up, sees one. Chari goes down. It's now a 1v4. The plan has been done.
Incendio is so good after the first blood. He just knows where everyone else from Forsus Esports is going to be rotating, and that is just experience playing at its finest. And now Omo going to be in a really bad spot as they know very well where he's going to be at. A 3-0 is going to be your scoreline now, and the point that I mentioned already is that Incendio is so pesky post-plant or even after the engagements. He isn't necessarily always the one getting the first blood, but he is translating such big kills to the really good favor of ZHIG ZHAG.
Yeah, it's more of the communication probably they have as well, because it's more of understanding where rotation is coming from. Once you get a side as well as an opening from either side, Alpha or Bravo, that's where they take advantage. And FDX right now take advantage of the position that they have, probably baiting them to think that they will be getting for that Alpha. But as you can see, the reaction time for the side of Forsus Esports, especially with the plan being done, has switched them to their favor. Oh, Omo right now. Good nade, probably damage 1, but it is Chari who goes for the first blood. Kurd right now follows it up. Good slide, and that hit against Aski brings it to a different perspective. It's a 1v2 right now, but Baki goes in for a 2K. It's now a 1v1 with a Clutch King.
Oh man, Irfan J is right there. He's waiting. 16 seconds left on the clock, and Baki in a really bad spot, and Irfan J just playing with the audio cues. A 4-0, and he was able to equalize it, Baki, but at that point, ZHIG ZHAG was kind of overextending. They were trying to go in there for the hunt. That's them just playing with their food. Yeah. And when everything had to be won, Irfan J is just right there to provide his services as the Clutch King. And now, a really aggressive push coming in from ZHIG ZHAG in through that A side.
FDX with a god nade onto Aski in response against Irfan J by Omo, but Omo has been responded as well. As quickly as that is down to a 3v4. The punt has been done, and Incendio goes for the hit against Chari. I didn't see where that goes through, what that went through, but let's see. It was Skurd who finished it off. I was only seeing the shadow.
It was zoomed in so much to Motoko's face, man. I mean, what the heck? Like, you literally just saw her eyes and her nose, and I'm pretty sure Incendio, that was just like a quick response on his reflexes, but oh my goodness, that was a good snipe to cut off that rotation from that flank of 4S. And now Shut Up, able to get that first blood down. A slower approach for ZHIG ZHAG actually, but also for Chari, able to get that kill off. It's still very much doable for 4S to get these kills down and to possibly get this round, but it is Shut Up trying to get rid of Omo. A 1v2 situation, but Bomb is going to go down.
Bomb is down and not in the hands of ZHIG ZHAG. Baki right now probably will be able to spot one, but a backstab coming from Incendio. Not even given that chance, back off. Match point already for ZHIG ZHAG, and that was a quick until the final moment of 1v2 wherein it was just slowed down, but ZHIG ZHAG doesn't want to wait. They want to finish this off.
We've been seeing this in firing range. It's just so far off. 6-0 right now, and just one more. We are at match point. A fast look coming in from the attacking side of Forsus Esports, going for that Bravo side, but the information given to ZHIG ZHAG is going to be absolutely quick as 2 players in there for the flank.
FDX right now goes in for a double, probably a triple, but no, he has been taken out by Aski. Skirt responds against Omo and the double as well. Brought down to the one and only Josh into that corner. No one was able to spot him. Pops off, probably clutch. There goes the hit. Incendio instead. That was 7-0, and ZHIG ZHAG takes that win.
My goodness, Incendio was just on point that entire game. His timing was just absolutely amazing. And like what you mentioned already, it also kind of helps him out that their communication is just absolutely on point. Every single time that how fast the communication is going to be. Okay, I guess that gives us an answer, right? Every time they win a match, this happens. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. But yeah, when it comes to that S&D, it's just ZHIG ZHAG is just giving this team, Four Suits Esports, a run for their money. It's just everyone was being read like a book.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, especially for the side of Incendio. There's a lot of instances wherein, and you did point it out, he knows the rotation. He takes one down, turns around, anticipate the opponents from the other side, and it's more of how it was relayed by, I guess it's not just Incendio. It's everyone else for the side of ZHIG ZHAG. Incendio had greater opportunity though because he's on the snipe and he has great visibility from afar. But again, that's how good communication work in matches like this. So I'm quite curious how other teams are working their way through getting those wins, especially when we are seeing their player camera. They are in game and it seems that they're not talking. So constant communication and not cluttered communication can give them a good match just like this. But it is 2-0 already for the record of ZHIG ZHAG and Four Suits Esports. And we started off with a Hacienda hard point and now a firing range search and destroy for our control. We are going back to Crossroads.
Yeah, we're going back to Crossroads where both of these teams are pretty much good and locked down when it comes to this map game mode combo. But again, the difference is going to be ZHIG ZHAG played up against KINCAID and HUNTSMEN and still delivered that 3-0. On the other side, Four Suits Esports able to play this up against LVX and PV Sage. So pretty much comfortable when it comes to this map. It's just a matter of how are we going to view Four Suits Esports, especially that loss in through very much convincing way in both hardpoint and also that search and destroy.
Yeah, let's see if that is the case. If Four Suits Esports will be able to translate it. Otherwise, it might be another 3-0 in this day. ZHIG ZHAG really doesn't want to show any signs of weaknesses at this point. Wherein some of the teams, though they are Titans already, they're not really giving out all their best, thus they are getting losses in group stages. But no, not for the side of ZHIG ZHAG. Yes, there are a few wherein they ease off from the pedal and slow down a bit, but by the end of the match, it's still a win for them. So let's see if that is the case. This might be another instances of 12-0, similar to what we've seen earlier from SKADI.
Man, I was really hoping that it wasn't going to be an easy game today, but it just seems like ZHIG ZHAG is just too much to deal with. But we are seeing Four Suits Esports starting out on the defensive side, and this map is a little bit more balanced. You can definitely win both defense and offense. It's just a matter of how you're going to be dealing with that mid street. So far, it is going to be 4S that is winning majority of the gunfights here and through mid. Will stop the push coming in from ZHIG ZHAG here from that A flag.
Skirt right now in here trying to open up the funnel that has been brought in by Four Suits Esports, but they are still breaking in. It is now ZHIG ZHAG who's trying to take advantage of the outside of this compound. Thus, they don't want to real push themselves towards that mid lane. Irfan J goes in and trying to block off the approach as well from the other side, but no capture being done just yet on Bravo. Only the first attempt on that Alpha, and it's very close to that second tick, but they can continue this on. They have plenty of time to spare and not so much lives for the side of Four Suits Esports. Skirt almost for the backstab, but you can see the reaction from the side of Skirt. He is disappointed with that elimination against him.
very much patience from ZHIG ZHAG. They were waiting for majority of their teammates. We did get to see several looks where they could have stepped in through Alpha and probably could have had that locked down, but it is going to be flushing out a majority of the team members of Four Suits. That was the number one priority for them. Not just that, they also have so much lives for them, of a 15-1 and brought down by Incendio with the scope. And that is the difficulty of going up against in this team who is just doing so well. They are a well-oiled machine. They know how to play this game. They pretty much have everything on lockdown. They were so patient when it comes to getting those kills as well. And like what you mentioned, it is that fire room control that ZHIG ZHAG was able to pursue. And even though 4S was able to get mid-street first, they're not able to kind of get a hold of it.
Yeah, and you did mention machine, and that is what we're seeing from ZHIG ZHAG right now. It was a little slow from the start, but later on, once the wheels are turning, that's where they just put in a lot in terms of slay. And ZHIG ZHAG still doing the same thing, but Baki is trying to respond onto the outskirts of this Alpha. But Bravo, Skirt right now will be taken down once again, and well, both sides is still safe for the side of ZHIG ZHAG, as the lives is just being counted down for Four Suits Esports. Shut up taking one area, the one down already for him, and is already a Sparrow in hand. A spawn trap might be triggered, but backup is not yet in place.
Oh man, that could have been really huge for Shut Up to possibly get that spawn trap, but he was denied. FDX on the other hand also there to provide, going in there for that Annihilator kills and able to get so much already. Also Sniper in hand. They do not have any kind of answer for him whatsoever, but Josh finally able to kind of equalize it. Omo getting really big kills as well, but 17 seconds left on the clock and just 5 lives to 15. It's just not going to be easy for Four Suits Esports to try and catch up to this round number 2.
It's not looking easy, but they are trying their best. 4 lives remaining for the side of Four Suits Esports, but 3 seconds, 2 seconds down, and Josh tries to stop it with 0 on the clock. They will try to go for that first take, probably extend it, but there's a lot in the line. 1 taken down, and that is it. It's done for 2 matches already, but still valiant effort for Josh and the rest of Four Suits. But we are down to probably the last match, this last round of this match, and let's see if ZHIG ZHAG, or rather Four Suits Esports, might be getting a 1 point against ZHIG ZHAG.
All right, here we go. We do get to see that there's going to be a battle for tank room, and for Four Suits, they wanted to get up close and personal because they do have those operators to play with, but shut down. They only have 1, and unfortunately for him, Shut Up going to be really quick when it comes to the response. And so what we saw from Four Suits, they tried to set up for that spawn trap, but they were not able to successfully get that, just because ZHIG ZHAG was very much well aware that Four Suits will take it out early on. So far, they bring out that Predator missile, trying to get that information, and those kills does not get anyone, but also gives them that information down. ZHIG ZHAG already into that first tick of progress here in Alpha, also already into that Bravo tick as well.
Yep, and a double-pronged approach being done by ZHIG ZHAG at this point. Confusion being felt by Four Suits Esports as to which side to take. It is double in terms of lives advantage by ZHIG ZHAG right now, as Bravo almost being taken for the last tick. FDX still not being taken down, getting a corner to his side to take all the lives for the side of Four Suits Esports. And with 5 lives remaining and Bravo is already out, it is not looking good for Four Suits Esports, but they are still fighting. They are defending their honor with 3 to them, and double tick on that Alpha almost being captured. Chari has been taken down, and this might be it. 1 guy remaining, and FDX finish him off.
Dominance right now. Crossroad strike, firing range, takeoff, Hacienda rather, was definitely going to be a tough opponent to beat. Valiant effort. Yeah. Again, we keep saying we have to commend it, but there still needs to be a lot of things to change if you are going to be Four Suits Esports, because that was an absolute demolishing for ZHIG ZHAG. So Incendio, definitely was a playmaker for that S&D. This time around, I think Control FDX played such a huge role with that sniper, and that's the reason why 4S could not cross over into the other side and try to establish a lot of the spawn traps that they wanted to do.
Yeah, this is one of the control mode wherein the sniper has been well utilized, and that is from the hands of FDX. And Shut did the same in terms of elimination, but I would say the distance that FDX had against the enemy just made him in a better space or a better place to not to get eliminated that easily. But well, it is what it is, 3-0, and it is a win by ZHIG ZHAG and another 12-0 in all the series right here. And ZHIG ZHAG is still in the running against SKADI on Group A.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the performance of ZHIG ZHAG, definitely phenomenal without any kind of blemishes in their record here so far. Suits Esports need to go back to the drawing board because they're very much in the running of still being part of the playoffs, but essentially, you'd want to be part of the top 2 teams at the very end of this matchup of Stage 3 and Stage 4 to represent Garena, and so far, it's still a little bit undercooked. But as we're looking at what we've had here in the series so far, we're going to bring out the score lines that we saw, and something that, again, I was not expecting it to be this far off because I've had a little bit of hope for a 4S, knowing very well that they gave LVX PV Sage a little bit of a hard time, but it just seems like they're not prepared for someone like ZHIG ZHAG to just put their best foot forward in every single game that they have.
Yeah, I mean, and that's again, it's more of the losses that they take that can make them improve further, especially when they face titans just like ZHIG ZHAG. And well, that's something that you need to deal with, especially if you're one of those few contenders who are new to the scene. And we know, though, the name is new, ZHIG ZHAG even is new to us, but we know the players as well. Even if with the roster they have, the continuity of the continuity of their tournament presence every time that they go in, regardless of which team they're part of, they give out all their best. Thus, ZHIG ZHAG probably is a combination of that has been put in as a Frankenstein team, but Frankenstein with the best parts being put together.
Frankenstein, and I mean, they're just if you are a bad team, you're just a lump of different pieces, but ZHIG ZHAG is electrocuted. They're electrified. Frankenstein is nothing without that power, without that electricity, and that is something that ZHIG ZHAG absolutely has, and it's very scary to see. And now we're looking at the highlights, and it's just so far when it comes to, number one, the gun skills, and also the presence of mind that a lot of these teams have, a lot of these players from ZHIG ZHAG has. We've seen it in Incendio. It's like he has some sort of foresight that he knows where that rotation is going to be, especially after the bomb's been planted, or especially knowing very well that the rotation is going to be in a certain area. But everyone else is just stepping up when it comes to this team. FDX as well is a great addition. We already know that he's a more recent one. He's not the newest one because it is going to be SKAD that will be the newest one, but it looks like FDX is just doing a great job at maintaining and just giving a lot of privilege to the Filipinos in a Singaporean team.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. It's the mix that we are seeing out of all the teams right here that gives a lot of hopes for the other aspiring tournament contenders as well. And well, we have the MVP of the game. It is Incendio, and with this KDA, it's 3.73. and an average skill of 18.67. And he knows where to position himself. He knows where the other teams are positioning themselves, and he knows where he point those crosshairs. But well, we are seeing another rise of the same thing that we've seen. And as you mentioned, Beef, and the other casters as well, will this be a chance for ZHIG ZHAG or the team of Incendio and the rest to bring it to that champion? But we're still on the group stages, so it's too early to tell.
Yeah, I mean, imagine these members right now, they are literally separated by an ocean. Almighty and I think the mix of Blacklist International, this is what ZHIG ZHAG is. And so you have Filipino players, you got Singaporean players, you got Malaysian a while ago. So it's just amazing to see, and we're gonna have Incendio on the board, speaking of our MVP, to kind of give us the answers to our questions, just because we have so many already, especially in my mind. Well, especially since it is my first day here casting. Hey, what's up, Incendio? Welcome.
Hello,
to
everyone.
the crew. It's good to see you. Great to see you. The last time we saw each other, I think, was last year in Stage 5. And you guys are looking very solid this time around with a really good roster. It's my first time here casting for Garena Masters 5, so I'm not quite sure if these questions are also asked beforehand, but I just want to know, how does it feel like this time around that you have literally lag in between you, because your internet is different here in Singapore. Everyone else SKAD. You also have, FDX here in the Philippines.
FDX.
How does it feel like, playing with these players who are so far away from you?
Actually, playing with players so far away from us isn't that big of an issue because their internet are stable as well. So maybe we'll just have like a 20 to 30 ping better if we are in Singapore. But if we are playing in the Hong Kong server, the ping is actually about the same. Maybe SKAD and FDX might even have better pings than us.
Oh, nice. That's like the first.
The first time that those from the Philippines have the advantage in terms of ping, but and well, it's a good thing that is the case, because it gives a lot of a different perspective in terms of putting together a team just like yours, wherein it's coming from different countries, whereas most of the teams are put together in the same. But what is one question for me though is, what has been the plan by the start of this day? Because we're seeing a different approach from your team. It's more of a serious type compared to the other days that we've seen you play.
Today actually we were trying to execute, but we just didn't have the chance to. So
I saw that. Well, speaking of like executes and possibly S&D, you had a phenomenal run in Search and Destroy. You were on point. You were cutting rotations, especially after the plant was being done. And this is just a question to you. How is just comms like? Was it comms, or were you just that experienced in firing range that you know where the rotation from your opposing players are going to be?
actually, it all goes down to the communication between teams, the teammates. Like we always have good information passing through the entire team, rather than just one person spotting something and just keeping it to himself.
Yep, perfect. That is absolutely
Yeah,
okay.
I mean-
Neptune, any questions?
No, I mean, I'm good with the questions. Good thing that it's coming from Incendio himself, because it clarifies the assumption that we have that, well, it is the communication. But Incendio, let me give you this time to have any shout outs that you want to do before we let you go. And this is your time.
Thank you all the supporters who supported us since Divinity time. So without you guys, we wouldn't be here. Thank you guys so much.
I love that from the master himself. But yeah, I mean, Incendio, thank you so much for giving us amazing answers here in this interview. We're going to let you go. So when it comes to being one of the OGs, man, like he already mentioned it when they were Divinity, from Divinity, Almighty, then ZHIG ZHAG. It's just they, out of everyone here in this competition, possibly apart from Smart Omega, are one of the longest standing teams that we've seen here so far, and the players as well. So yeah, it's really nice to see everyone else from Almighty just living the best days of their lives, and also getting other players to kind of fill in the gaps, because Almighty is a team that we thought was going to be the champions for such a long time. Back in 2021, that was the Eastern Championship. Here in 2022, they made it into day one. But it seems like they needed to have an answer, and it's just slowly looking like they're having that. So I'm really excited to see how it's going to be brought down at the very end for a team like ZHIG ZHAG to finally clinch the #1 spot for Garena.
But this time we're going to see, not yet for the Garena Masters, but I guess they are in, I could say ZHIG ZHAG is already in #1 spot because they're tied with SKADI in Group A. And well, the same goes from Group B. It's Easy Arbuki and West Point Mambalo Kings in there, who have yet to see 3 more matches or 3 more maps and another day of group stages. But well, for looking down, Forsuits Esports, though they are #4, they are tied with Savage Huntsman. Thus, there is a risk because they didn't get a point against ZHIG ZHAG. So it's well, it's very risky right here for some of the teams, and that would depend on when and who will there be battling next.
Yeah, I mean, it is really interesting, like how things are going to be playing off. Especially, we still have yet to see SKADI going up against ZHIG ZHAG, which I think everyone is just looking forward to, me especially. So yeah, it'll be interesting how things will play out. We are still very much alive in between a lot of this gameplay, right? As we can see, Group A is already right there. Tomorrow it will be Group B, so a back and forth is definitely going to be right there. So pretty excited to see how all the games are going to be coming along, especially since the halfway point will definitely be something that, okay, this team's doing really well, this team's not really doing well, they're not doing anything to kind of change those standings. So yeah, the schedule is going to be absolutely insane in the next few days, because for today's schedule, as you can see there, it's almost all 3 NOs, except for PV Sage and KINCAID.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that we've seen, or we didn't see that 3-0 from the start of this game. We saw that there are a few teams that have a lot of like gameplay strategy that is missing to their side, and it started off that well. But when we jump in with titans like SKADI, even with ZHIG ZHAG on the final moment, and Savage Huntsman turning things around to their favor with a 3-0, this gives us different perspective and to how a team can battle once they are faced off with an equally matched team. It goes 50-50. 2-1 is a possibility for this matches. But as you can see, and also we mentioned this is an early end to a full day of 4 series, and I would agree in there with it is a speed run right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're just chatting right now on our Discord. It's just like, hey, it's a speed run. I mean, I didn't expect us to end this early into the day, but you know what? I am not complaining. But what I need to see from the teams that have been zeroed today is to step it up, because it is halfway point. And especially here in Group A, I feel like SKADI, ZHIG ZHAG, they're pretty much like secured at the moment into playoffs. So that's already 2 slots down and out. You have 2 left. So it's really up in the air. You still have Savage, you still have Sage, KINCAID, Forsuits Esports to try and get and secure all of those points here, Neptune.
Yeah, LVX currently might be the ones in #3, but as you mentioned, there's a lot who is chasing for that 3 and 4 or 3rd and 4th spot. So there's still no letting off that pedal, because they need to put everything in this match. But anyways, there's not so much to put in this day because it's already done for 4 of the series. Again, we appreciate all of you who stood with us in this match. We're really happy to be. I'm really happy to be here with Beef Mommy. We were talking for the start of this broadcast that it's been a while. That was since we cast it together, but appreciate having you here with me. And Beef Mommy will still be here tomorrow. Again, I am Neptune the Gem Garcia, together with the one and only Beef Mommy. We end the day saying goodbye and good night. See you again next time.